Over in the WWF, we're getting our first glimpse of Ted's Wrestling War Room. The Smoking Guns won the first and last Raw Bowl. Steve Austin has arrived and is saddled with a rather lame $1 million champion gimmick. This guy's going to be a mid-carder for life, I'll tell you. Undertaker's gearing up to challenge Bret Hart at the Royal Rumble, but in the WCW, our guest today is on TV, being the evil taskmaster that we knew him as with his twisted Dungeon of Doom. But behind the scenes, he's an evil genius as well. He's creating everything we see. Welcome to Timeline.
Thank you, Sean.
A challenge to your memory,
what?
Maybe your blood pressure. We'll see how things go. Do you think this is a good or a bad move, mentioning the opposition at all?
I thought it was a horrible move. And eventually it came back to really bite us in the ass. When he said that Mick Foley had won the WWE belt, we had had a run of 96 weeks in a row, and I walked in, I said, we just lost. He said, no, we didn't. I said, one of the most beloved wrestlers in both companies just won the belt. I had seen what he went through. I said, when they see that he took a fall like he got thrown from the Empire State Building by King Kong, we're in deep shit. They said, no. It became a personal thing, and you can't cross the lines with personal and business. And when he did that, it opened their floodgates, and they won. I mean, why would you pump the opposition? Somebody had to like somebody over there, and if you mentioned, it didn't matter if it was Mick, or the Undertaker, Austin, or whoever it was, they had fans too, and we were running so close, even though we were beating them. It was the height that we could have. Anybody saying anything could have tilted the scale. So
even though it was just the Smoking Guns, that doesn't matter because Smoking Guns have fans that are watching WCW.
Right. And they might have thought, well, how did they win it? How did they lose? Why would they announce that? Was there something that they screwed up? Were they announcing that because it was so bad? Well, we got to see it. People like to see car crashes, right? Mm-hmm. They also like to see, somebody hit 3 home runs. So we should let the sleeping dog lie.
What'd you think of the angle? Is it too soap opera-y for ECW in '96?
You can never be too soap opera-y. That's what wrestling is. Wrestling is a soap opera. It just happens to take place in a ring, not General Hospital or in the days of our lives. But the pregnancy angle is bad in the sense that there's no payoff. And that's why I don't like it, because there's no I hate ripping the fans off with a shitty payoff. Although Mae Young getting pregnant and having a hand, I love that because it's so fucking stupid. It was so random and ludicrous. And come on, she's 80-something years old. She's not getting pregnant. So going to Beulah, I never liked the fact that she was going to be pregnant.
But was it always the plan not to have that payoff, or was there like a whole thing where she was going to go off camera, have the baby?
I really think that was one of the few times Paulie just had no payoff, but he was going to figure it out when he got there. And, I mean, that's almost, you have to go with the abortion, but there's nothing wrong with that. She gets an abortion, it's controversial, or she gets beat up and, she gets accidentally super kicked and loses the kid. I mean, that's the only way. I know, but it's the only way.
Did you have Paulie's ear at the time? Would you be able to make a suggestion like that?
I always had Paulie's ear. That was why we worked so well together, because, see, all bookers see themselves through certain characters. Like Vince sees himself as the $1 Million Man and Lex Luger the Patriot. That's who he sees himself as. and the bodybuilder type, and the patriot of Lex, and the $1 Million Man who can be a prick of DiBiase. Paulie saw the world through Raven's eyes. So, and that's why we had such simpatico, such a beautiful working relationship. What damaged it was my inability to not be childish all the time, in the sense that aggravating, annoying, and so I wasn't the most professional person there is, and I'm more than willing. I was an asshole, but
In not wanting to do things.
No, it had nothing about business. It had never had anything to do with business. It was all, I'm glad you clarified that. Nothing in business. It was all in the personal scheme of things. So, but I always had his ear for business, no matter what. But what drove us apart as, when I moved on to WCW was me leaving, but I think why he took it so badly, or why he was so angry about it, was also because personally, I really got on his nerves. But business-wise, no, he always had time for me. And I think that's part of the problem was, he'd think it was business and half business, and then I'd go off on some drunken riff, and drive him nuts like, me and the Sandman would, because we were idiots.
Was Tommy together with Beulah behind the scenes yet?
I couldn't remember. Probably. I mean, I don't remember.
Did it mirror any kind of real life love triangle behind the scenes, or was?
No. I mean, this is how Beulah got into business. I was in Miami for the Super Bowl. I don't know which one. 29. What year is this now? What Super Bowl are we at now? I don't know.
That's a good question.
49. We're 49. Yeah, so that's about right. 20 years ago. So so I was at Super Bowl 29, and we had tickets, and then we went to a party afterwards, and I ran into my buddy Ron Gant. I'm just dropping names here left and right.
That's a good one.
So I ran into Ron Gant, who played for the Braves. I knew him from being out and stuff, and he was with this girl, Teresa. And he's like, oh, that's my buddy Raven. He's a pro wrestler. She's like, oh, I want to get back into wrestling. I'm like, what do you mean? I go, what do you mean back into wrestling? She goes, I used to wrestle. I used to be in the business with Pillman as Pillman's sister in Calgary. So that's how she got into business, because Pillman was dating her, and then they brought her in as his sister for a little bit, and then that fizzled out. And then, so I go, well, send me some pictures, and I didn't think at all that she would fit Raven's character at the time. And I was totally wrong about that. So she sent me some pictures when she did Penthouse and stuff. So I was like, hey, Paulie, check this out. She wants to get back into business. And he's like, she'll be perfect for you. I'm like, well, not me. I don't need a valet. I mean.
She sent you the Penthouse pictures?
Yeah. Well, what else are you going to.
If you ask me to send, you're going to get me in the business, send me pictures. I'd send you me and maybe in what I'm going to wrestle in?
Yeah, well, I mean, but she never wrestled, though. She was just a valet.
Yeah.
She played his sister. You know what I mean? Well, if you want to get into business.
Very smart, though.
Very smart. She's very smart. She's a very smart girl.
Go ahead.
So she,
So you showed them to Paulie?
Yeah, I showed them to Paulie. Paulie says, she'll be perfect for you. I'm like, I'm thinking, I don't need it because I got all my other idiots. You know what I mean? And he's like, no, she's perfect for you. And he was right. Actually, I only had the one idiot at the time, Stevie. And so I thought that she would be detract from me and him, our ludicrous relationship. And but he's like, no, she'd be perfect. And then once we worked out how she was going to fit in, and I came up with that. When I came in, Paulie thought I was going to be like a comedy-based grunge character or alternative character, or tattooed or whatever, but like a comedy version, because I'd always been a comedy-ish character. But I wanted to be the person that was inside, with all the childhood baggage and stuff. The person, like Paulie says in interviews, he goes, Raven, I think he said something like, Raven's one of the best actors I know because he's so different from his character, so to be able to portray it. But I'm not on the inside, just on the outside. It's the wall I put up is a jovial, idiot. But inside, I got that tortured, insecure childhood that I'm still living, I've mostly dealt with through therapy. But so But so I suggested to Paulie, I said, when I come in, I want to be like, so he's expecting me to be this comedy character. And I'm like, no. And so when he saw the first interview, he realized there was something completely different. Yeah, so then when he suggested the girl, I said, well, she could be the fat girl from summer camp, or maybe we came up with this together. And that I used to bang, but she was in love with Dreamer, but, I settled for her, because I was always in Dreamer's shadow, And so now, then when Stevie brings her out, I'm thinking he's bringing out this fat girl from my youth, from me and Tommy's youth, and it turns out she's this hot penthouse model. And, and I remember specifically, I gave Stevie the backhand when he said he's bringing her out. Because, if you slap somebody, it's dismissive. But if you backhand them, it's so much more dismissive. But unfortunately, it hurts. And Stevie used to hate the backhand. He's like, oh, don't give me the backhand, boss. But he was a trooper, man. He took everything.
Yeah.
But he had to. But that's who the character was. And that's why he got over as a babyface, because he was so good at being a ludicrous idiot.
How did he fit in the locker room when he first came in?
Good, as far as I know. I mean, he was a pothead, He was, basically anybody who passed the drug test was fired in ECW.
Rob was just on this show and said that very joke. We had a drug policy. If you passed, you couldn't work.
Yeah.
But he also indicated that there was a bit of he saw himself very much as a second wave coming in.
I can see
some
that.
of those first guys were dying off. Maybe the Shane Douglas era was over and all
Yeah,
that.
oh yeah, I totally see that. But I was never a part of the of any clique. I mean, it's like the New York clique was. Well, let me rephrase that. The New York clique was Sandman. I mean, I'm sorry. The Philly clique was Sandman, Todd Gordon, and the Pitbulls, and then I was basically affiliated with them because that's where I was living. The New York clique was the Dudleys, Taz, and Paulie.
Okay, and you didn't put yourself in that?
No, I wouldn't be. I wouldn't be in there.
But within that group, as someone who was very close to Paul.
Yeah, but I was only close to Paul business-wise. I wasn't. That's why I was saying before. I wasn't close to him personally. We've never been close personally. We've always been close business. If I remember, and I can't say I remember much of anything those years. Those were the lost years. Those are officially known as the lost years, or the beginning of the lost year. The lost years actually were WCW-ish, but no, I don't think Shane ever watered down his comments. He always, he hated Dick Flair and he hated New York. Those were, And I think he added Scott Hall and Nash to his litany of people he hated. But, I respect the hell out of Shane because he always had the balls to say what he meant. And he meant what he said. And he would say it, and he had no problem burning a bridge, And, as somebody who's burned probably more bridges than anybody, I respect the hell out of that. Such an interesting combination. I almost was a Public Enemy. There was a thought, I think at one point, possibly of that, but not on my. I almost wanted to do a rapper gimmick way back when I was Scotty Flamingo, But I tried to get back as that, and Dusty hired PN News. But I would have thought that like a Vanilla Ice guy, because Vanilla Ice was so in at the time, and at the time I was listening to a lot of rap, and I think my interest in rap completely fell apart once it turned into gangster rap, or not once it did, but after gangster rap, whatever became after that, I lost interest. Maybe that's just called age. But I remember I saw them in Philadelphia at a hotel, and we had before I was in ECW, I think, or I'm not sure, and we talked about it, and they're like, yeah, that'd be, you'd be good for us, for our group, but I don't think it was ever anything serious, you know what I mean? So I don't think there was ever anything serious about it, but I think there was once a thought of it, that I'd fit in with them, but it's not what I wanted to do, and I'm pretty sure that's not what they wanted, but I think the thought gestated once.
They leave to go to WCW, and they're treated to the full, you sold out, you'll be back, that whole thing. What were your locker room views on WCW? Are they the enemy still, or?
I never bought the Kool-Aid because I was the only person in the company full time who'd actually been places and worked territories. I'd already been in the business, half a dozen years at that point, but full time 6 years. So that's like, I probably had 1,800 matches by then. Most guys, now guys go a career without getting 1,800 matches. So I worked Memphis, then I worked Florida Championship Wrestling, then I worked for Vancouver for Al Tomco, British Columbia or whatever. Then I went to Portland for 2 years. Then I worked for Global. Then I worked for WCW. Then I went to WWF, and I became a producer, co-producer, or associate producer Monday Night Raw, and I had an office in Titan Tower on the fourth floor, across from Pat and Bruce, and I walked away from that, and so I'd been around the block, so I knew better than to, but I understood what Paulie was doing because in wrestling, it's all, and I agree with what he was doing. In wrestling, it's always about the individual, and to me, it's not. It's a team sport because you're really all out there trying to draw money together. And whoever your opponent is, you're out there having a dance with them or, to make it look like a fight, but you're working together. So I always looked at it as a team sport, but most people don't. And Paulie tried to build it like a team sport. And that's what I loved about it so much is, he made us all feel like a team. I never bought that they're the rivals like everybody else did because I knew better. But I also felt that he was right in doing it because it builds that inner pride. You know what I mean?
And he's working a little bit when he does that.
Oh, of course.
He's playing the coach.
Well, he always saw himself as Vince Lombardi. So, and that's honestly, we've talked about it, and he saw himself as Vince Lombardi, and he felt he was able to motivate and he was. Nobody could make you want to walk into a brick wall faster. He could get you so motivated. You could hate his, and I'm sure everybody's told you this. You could be so mad at him, you want to kill him, and then 5 minutes later, you want to walk off a cliff.
I say all the time to you guys that every show has stories of Paul fucking someone out of money, lying about when you're going to get a check, you can't feed your family, and everyone tells the story with a smile on their face.
Yeah.
He's
But he never
the
did those things to
deceptive
me.
teddy bear to everyone.
It's not that. It's that.
Why is he so lovable?
It's not that. It's that. First of all, he's a charming guy. He's just a charming, funny, witty guy. So there's that. There's also the fact that he brought out in everybody more than they ever would have got out of themselves on their own.
How?
Because he knew how to coach. That's what coaching's all about.
What did he do to you that brought out more than anybody else would have brought out? Having worked everywhere in the...
He allowed me to be who I wanted to be, to do what I wanted to do in the way I wanted to do it. That's all he needed to do with me. Because I was one of the few guys, I think, that never wanted to stop learning, never wanted to stop growing. Until I got 15, 20 years in the business, you know what I mean? But, I never understood why guys got 5 years in the business or 3 years in the business and they stopped learning. I never understood that. But Paulie was able to get them to re-motivate themselves, to get them to play harder, to play better, to play faster. I'll give you an example of how he was able to motivate me was in another instance. I always wanted to be in a barbed wire match where they take the ropes down and put a barbed wire instead. But I was also a little, intimidated by that. I was like, So I'm like, and so when he was going to put the belt back on me, and He goes, but the only way I'm putting it back on you is if we do it in a barbed wire cage match, in a barbed wire ring match. Which knowing it's not about the belt, but it's like that's like the little carrot extra
Sure.
that he dangles. I would have done it anyway, but if it wasn't something if it wasn't put in a position where it meant something, or if it wasn't the culmination of a feud or the culmination of something, then there'd be no point in it just to do it, and I would have a problem with that,
Right.
So just to do a barbed wire ring match, that, I take, why? Especially because I'm a little timid about it, until I did it. And once I did it, I was fine. But, but overcoming that fear. So he put me in a spot to be courageous.
Talk about squash matches, in particular with you. It always looked in particular that you were brutalizing these guys. Mm-hmm. So either the effect worked or they were really taking a walloping. Which
No,
was it?
they never took a walloping because I never took liberties on anybody's face. But on the marquee, it does say professional wrestling, okay? The other thing is, I think Edge might be a half-inch taller than me and probably 2 pounds heavier than me. I knew at a very young age, I wrestled Andre the Giant, Blackjack Mulligan, I wrestled them all. I knew that I was an illusion. And to keep that illusion going, I couldn't get bounced around by guys that were bigger than me. I was supposed to be the ultimate evil. What if, and I've mentioned this before, we go to see the alien, right? And that little alien pops out of the guy's chest. Were you horrified? We all were, right? But if he popped out of the guy's chest and someone took a fly swatter and whacked him, the series over, right? There is no Alien 2, there's no Alien Predator. The thing was, I was doing that to keep the perception alive, and if people still remember it, I've had people say, oh, you're stiff. I never hurt anybody in the ring.
Okay. When you're working with a job guy, are you able to tell that this guy could go beyond this?
Yeah, I knew this kid had it. Knew it. I got to a point, and I'm not trying to, I think anybody that's a veteran that has drawn some money or has been around, you could tell by body language and almost how a guy's getting dressed if he was going to make it or not. And Edge obviously made it, and I knew this kid that in one respect I shouldn't be doing it to him, but unfortunately he was in the ring. If I had him look back and could erase a lot of things, I would have tried to court him, but at that time we weren't courting people
Right.
because we thought we were, the cat's meow, which we obviously weren't.
Do you remember them coming in?
Yeah, sure
How
do.
was ECW and ECW style guys perceived by you guys?
Well, I had personal liking to all those guys. I had worked up there. I had been the tag team champion with Taz. But I also, I mentored Paul. Paul's first job was with me in Florida Championship Wrestling. Everybody forgets they worship at the shrine of ECW, right? All ECW was Florida Championship Wrestling, taken to Philadelphia and revved up a notch, giving Paul all the credit he deserves. He took it to that timeline, didn't keep it back in the 60s or 70s, was giving people a chance to see a different product. Vince was a Lincoln, we were a Cadillac, and he was a Harley Davidson. Knew how to pump those guys up, got the most out of guys, gave guys a chance that probably wouldn't have got a chance with either other companies. Because of that, they would have ran through a wall for Paul. Paul had a pep talk every show, it was us against them. He would give it to everybody except, like if I was there or Terry Funk was there or somebody like that, he kind of wouldn't look our way, or there would be a smirk. Paul was one of the brightest guys ever in this business, and he took, people forget, Teddy was a big draw in Japan as the biggest kid. Mm-hmm. So Teddy could work. Teddy at that time, when he was working around in the independents and up there, the only thing that Teddy needed was really a gimmick, because he worked the Japanese style, but he had no personality. When he teamed up with Johnny, I couldn't believe, the first time I saw this guy. This guy was a hard hat, hell no, I'll go, you know what I mean? Right-ish on the political scene. I mean, then I see him dressed up like this, a black man. I couldn't believe it. And they pulled it off, and they complimented each other, and it was something different. And the other thing was, before these guys came, I would always call Paul and say, you got 6 weeks before they come, because he wants them. There's nothing I can do. I mean, the first one I took was Sherry, and I said, there's nothing I can do. They're coming, make the best of it, but I'm giving you 6 weeks notice. I didn't have to do that, but I respect the Paul, I did it. But these guys, you got to remember, I personally think wrestling is like a circus. Okay, the first act that comes out is the clowns in the little car. If you don't like that, don't worry, the sword swallows are coming up. If you don't like that, the acrobats are coming up. And at the end, Gunther Gable Williams is going to stick his head in his lion's mouth, and we're going home, okay? So I tried to take people that were different, and God knows ECW was different. Mm-hmm. And those kids from ECW, my hats are always off to them. They did carry a chip on their shoulder from Paul. Paul had instilled into them that they were good enough to work any other place, and they would work their ass off. You knew they were going to give you 100%. I'm not going to say that all of them were the greatest workers, but you knew when the bell rang, you were going to get over 100% effort from each and every one of them.
Bringing her back into the company. Where are you guys at this point?
Me and her.
Yeah.
Distant. And that wasn't my call. That was Hulk Hogan's call. I think she would have personally felt better to stay at ECW.
Why? Were her and Linda friends? What was?
I think that Hogan wanted to make sure that when that was done for Liz, and Hogan had a great idea that he was going to split them up with, Liz going to be a babyface, Nancy being a heel, Deborah being a heel. And I think there was a time, and I'm just surmising, that Linda was going to be a babyface with Liz. That's what I think was done.
Got it. Dear Mr. McMahon, your letter dated January 3rd, 1996 to Mr. Ted Turner and your subsequent letter of January 10th have been directed to my attention. Although initially mildly amusing, the WWF programming that you refer to as satirical vignettes has become defamatory and disparaging to WCW and its wrestlers. Accordingly, we have referenced this issue to our legal counsel for review and response. In addition, Mr. McDevitt's letter of January 11th on your behalf to Mr. Lambrose of this office has been similarly referenced to legal counsel for review, blah, blah, blah. The crux of it is, in light of WCW and WWF program ratings, we understand your concern about the content of our programs. Your encouragement is duly noted. However, WCW programming decisions are the responsibility of WCW Ted Turner. Finally, as you're aware, WCW has a comprehensive substance abuse policy which includes drug testing. While we can appreciate your interest in combining the efforts of WWF with certain facets of our program, we are not so inclined. Eric Bischoff, Senior Vice President. You remember the skits?
Yeah.
What'd you think of them?
I thought they were great. I love parody. I mean, later on we did it, and the NWO with parody in the Four Horsemen. We didn't send any letters out then. I think that it was one of the things that kicked us off, that people saw us or saw the characters on Vince's television, And Vince made a mistake because he had made these guys huge stars. Now he's making fun of them. The thing about the American public is they like to build heroes up. They like to destroy them, but they like to see them rise from the ashes. They don't want anybody else destroying them before they do. And Vince was doing that. And he was doing that to guys that were really over. Whether it was in the one, Mean Gene, right?
Yeah.
You got Mean Gene. Mean Gene, if you don't know him personally, he looks like a wonderful someone's uncle, not a lecherous bastard that he is, you know. Hogan was at the time the biggest star in the history of wrestling. Randy Savage had been reduced to an announcer. So it looked like he was picking on people. And I thought it was the best thing we could ever have done. And I'm sure that letter provoked Vince to keep that going.
Right.
So I think it was that, I don't know if Eric or whoever came up with that idea was smart enough to figure out if you give it to Vince that his ego will get in the way and he'll keep on doing it.
Same mistake we talked about before, referencing competition in any way
Yeah.
on your own TV.
Yeah.
The
The only way I'd reference somebody on a television, in my estimation, would be if I had a segment and it was like a open house, safe house, bitch thing. I would recognize, if I was starting a company, I would recognize that any champion can come and perform here. I would start a little controversy. We'll say that Punk, pick somebody from the WWE that would be world champion. I would say, well, we don't recognize him as the world champion. We recognize The Rock because he's a much better performer, draws more money, blah, blah. But if The Rock wants to come, we allow The Rock to come. And when they had it in Texas, any of the Von Erichs can come. We once did that. And when Rick Rude was the champion down there, we'd like to congratulate our good friend Rick Rude for winning the, you know. I think you could get away with it by that, and the people would say, you think they'll show up and wrestle on that Ricky-Dink television program? You know, you can maybe steal a little bit of a rating. But to go out and slam somebody, it's sour grapes, and it just shows the people that they're still over there, you know. I think at this period, Hulk had wanted to get his wife involved in this. And I think it was her idea, I think it also was who better to do with but Liz, her personal friend. She had drawn money. And to him, it made perfect sense.
Gotcha. Talk a little bit about the three-way feud that you have main eventing right now at the beginning of the year. You got Hogan and Savage, the Horsemen, and the Dungeon of Doom.
Well, the thing was, you know, people always talk to me about the Dungeon of Doom, and, you know, sometimes I wonder about people, they say, you know, you don't think I saw it? I mean, come on. The Dungeon of Doom was my way of making Hogan relax. He wasn't going to wrestle anybody that was semi-serious character at that time. If people's memories are really short, Hogan was getting a lot of boos, even when he first came over. Okay, we had artificially, I mean, he got cheers. If you remember, we made his opening at Disneyland.
Yeah, the parade.
They're going to boo Mickey Mouse. Come on, it's Disneyland. So we choreographed it where there would be no boos. Well, I saw it when he started to go to arenas. He was getting booed, and especially, you know, you got to remember this time. There started to be cool heels, especially the WWE. Hunter, Kevin, Razor, the Kid. I mean, you know, when they had a four-way match at the end of it, they went out like chorus line. They all stood there and raised each other's hand, right? I mean, it was. So I knew that was coming. So, and then the Horsemen weren't heels. I mean, they were an institution. They were baby faces. So now now I got a real split because, you know, it sounds good to book. Anybody can do it. Yeah, go in and tell two guys that got egos bigger than this city that one of them's going under. One of them's going to hate you. The other one's going to love you and you're a genius. And that's what I feel so funny. I was watching a baseball thing the other day with Brian Kenny. You know, he's that statistical guy. And he got Buck Showalter on. And Harold Rain said to him, go tell him what you think. Well, he started giving him the statistics. Well, you can't win the same number one run games. He said, why not? Well, you know, statistically, well, why not? You know, he made him eat it because he's Buck Showalter. He wasn't going to stand up. He could say all this shit before a baseball player was there. But you can't go in there, and unless you got a forceful personality, unless you got some facts to back it up why one of them's going to lose. So I had the Horsemen, who were not heels. I mean, come on. How do you hate Flair, Iron? Right. You wanted to be them. You wanted to be on the jet plane. You know, you wanted to party all night. Then you have a group of characters, cartoons, that he had been drawing money with his whole career. Okay? Mm-hmm. If you have come over from another company and you're not really comfortable, first of all, you've taken a huge step from Company A to Company B. In Company A, you were the man, anything went. Now, Company B, you're still that way, you think, but some people are questioning. Who do you feel more comfortable with? This group of characters, you've been wrestling cartoons your whole life. How do I get him to stop wrestling cartoons and then start wrestling the Horsemen, NWO? Because I saw what was revolving. I mean, it's an evolutionary process.
So you had to ease him off of that and then on.
I had to ease him off the smack, yeah.
Yeah.
It was that simple. I had to ease him off. I mean, you know, people say, do you really think that I thought that characterization of us was great? I mean, I had to go so far to the left that the middle seemed like it was normal. Do you know what I mean?
Get Hogan comfortable enough.
Yeah,
That's interesting. Wow.
And I've told the people, you guys, this before. The day he switched heel, he slept in my house, and I didn't go to the building till his match was there, and I was running the show. Because I knew he was going to get hit by everybody saying this ain't the right thing to do. Mm-hmm. I knew it was the right thing to do.
Work or shoot?
To me, it was a shoot. I mean, it was a shoot this way. It was a shoot to everybody but Brian, probably. Brian, I've said this before. He was a wonderful guy. Talent was terrific, but his thinking was the most progressive thinking I ever saw. That's what I've said about him. Not only did the wrestling business lose a great performer, the wrestling business Sunday night, the matches would have been completely different. They were, you know, and I'm not knocking, they're going to draw 105,000. With him, they probably would have drawn 205,000.
His loose cannon gimmick, how much of this was, like you said, progressive and preconceived, and let's make him guess a little bit here, Kev, and how much of it was just him being one of those guys that did whatever the fuck he wanted to do?
Let me ask you this. Everybody, sometimes things are so clear, people never see it, and I've never said this before. Steve Austin. How did that character come to be? Doesn't it sort of look like the loose cannon with a shaved head? They were partners. Everybody forgets. Sometimes things to me are so clear because I've been in the muck for so long. They were partners. Look at what they were where they were the Hollywood blondes going like this, and look at what they ended up being. Certainly they talked to each other enough. Getting back to Brian, Brian was working all the time. It was a complete work. He just took his personality and magnified it. Because the guys that draw money, usually that's what their personality is, and they just magnify. Brian had to magnify. I think I've told you this, the angle he had that we're going to do it. He had the greatest angle I ever heard. You know, he got to go to the sidelines for the Bengals. Mm-hmm. And they were on the game of the week one week, and he was going to chain himself to the goalpost. Well, first of all, where are they going to get bolt cutters? Were they not going to shoot that? And if they didn't shoot it, you know, it would have made every paper. I thought it was the most ingenious thing I ever heard of. That's how the guy's mind thought, you know. And then, you know how I said about Pillman and Austin? Mm-hmm. Weren't they involved together in the most controversial angle of all time?
Yeah.
One of them could have said no.
Right.
I mean, there was like Abbott and Costello, you know, who's on first? I kind of try to keep up with the times. I lived in South Florida, right? So I knew that the country was becoming Hispanic very quickly. When you go through the toll of Miami and you can't understand what the shit they're talking about, you know? Okay. I understood the money they were drawing, and I also understood that they had come across and went to Chicago and sold out, AAA. They went to Denver and sold out. And I said to myself, well, what are we missing? This looks like a white bread show with some black guys, you know, on the show. What am I missing here? I'm missing the acrobats in the circus, so I need to bring the acrobats in.
Right, the circus analogy applies here again because we need something for everybody, but isn't it a big risk looking at what the American wrestling fan has been fed on for so long, you know, and what they expect? Did you think at all, or did someone tell you at all, it's too much of a change, it's too drastic?
I had some guys say they're too small. Right. This won't get over, they won't draw money, but as they're saying this to me, they're putting on, the guys that are telling me this, they're putting on rest holds for 5 minutes. So I looked at where it was coming from, and I truthfully, I never foresaw that I was going to have these guys on top. Kudos to them, they worked their asses off to do that. But I knew they would be great in the middle of the card, and I also knew what I was going for was a Japanese connection, which I've ended up getting because the Japanese had used the Mexicans, and the Mexicans had worked in Japan, and vice versa. So I was looking for a connection with that, and I said, I can give it a shot. I can always back it off, but once I started, it was so good, it was like a floodgate open.
Yeah, I was still feuding with Dreamer. So probably, he probably just told me the night I got there, you know. Because if I was feuding with Dreamer and I hadn't started my feud with Sandman, then I probably wasn't, you know, and it's probably one of those things that, you know, let's face it, everybody wants to win the world title, everybody wants to be the best, but you also have to take it with a grain of salt. You're not really winning a world title, you're not beating anybody, you know, so it's really, it's, you know, so it's like something you're proud of, but you're not, you know, because you didn't really beat, you know what I'm saying, it's
there is some pride to be had in it
right.
because someone's making a decision to put
right.
what is supposed to be the most important thing on you.
That
so it's
is
a vote of confidence.
That's what it is. It's the pride that he says, I think you're the guy that can carry my company. That's what the prize is, or it's supposed to be.
Now the guy losing it.
What's that?
Now the guy losing it, could you also say, is subtly being told you're no longer the guy?
Not necessarily, and this is something really fascinating that I learned the very next week. So to me, it meant the culmination of somebody finally believing in me 100%, that they're willing to put, you know, I mean, like when I was in Portland, I was the heavyweight champion, and so on a regional level, which then again ECW was still regional, but but it wasn't. It was, but it wasn't. But Portland, I'd been in that same position. I'd carried the company, in Portland for a year or two, or whatever I did, for however long I was there. But so this was on a bigger stage, and then oddly enough, after being in WCW again and in WWF or WWE, like for years until I went through therapy with a shrink or a psychologist, it bothered me that I was my career was a failure because I felt like I was a failure because I was never the world champion of a major, I was the world champion of the number 3 company, but I was never the best of the best. And which is stupid because if anybody else came to me and said that same thing, I would say, you had a great career, don't be an idiot. But I held myself to a higher standard. And even though there's political reasons and let's face it, maybe I was never that good. Maybe I didn't deserve to be that. But in my mind, I felt like I was. And I held myself to such a high standard. So I had to see a therapist to finally let myself off the hook and not hold myself to such a high standard. But yet while still holding myself to a standard very, very high, just not an impossible standard.
But in ECW at the time,
right?
It must have been.
Yeah,
you weren't considering that as the number 3 company getting the title.
I did. I always did. See,
even when you were there.
That's the thing. I always did because I'd been everywhere else. See, I never. To me, ECW has always been the number 3 company. But all the guys that worked there, it wasn't because, to them that was the be all end all. But to me, it was always like, yeah, but that's not, it's like being the king of the Shrine Circus, but not the king of the Ringling Brothers. You know what I mean? And so I never saw it that way, and I still kind of don't, even though I know it was a better show. Although, let's face it, WCW and WWE stole a lot of the concepts that made ECW so good. Their shows became incredible to watch as well. So I can't even say it was the greatest show I'd ever seen in wrestling. The first great show I'd ever saw was Bill Watts' UWF. Well, okay, go back further. Growing up in Florida Championship Wrestling was tremendous. But then I saw Bill Watts' UWF, and that was unbelievable. Then I went to Portland, and Portland was really good. But then ECW, the show was so good. That's why I had to be on the company, and wanted to be there while I was waiting for Cornette to bring me in because the show was unbelievable. But I've always looked at it as number 3 because it was number 3. We're not pulling any punch. I'm not trying to disparage it. I think it was the most influential. They're like REM before REM had Losing My Religion. Here's the thing, is now it doesn't bother me, okay? But I'm still saying, ECW for those 2 years I was there, and I was lucky. I caught lightning in a bottle. I caught the zeitgeist. I caught the wave as it was cresting, and then I got out when the wave, and it got bigger after I left, but it wasn't as influential. Right. And I was there for the 2 biggest years, and I feel like I was one of the singularly major focuses of the TV show for those 2 years. And I am so proud to be a part of it, and I wouldn't change it for anything. That being said, there's a part of me that wishes I would have, that WCW at its peak, they were monstrous, and Raw at its peak was monstrous. So, but look, let's,
if you had to be somewhere in its peak, you're comparing it to
honestly,
having been in WWE.
I'm put it this way, I wouldn't want to have been anywhere else for, I'd rather be at ECW at its peak, but if I am putting it in a historical context, they were still a number 3 company, even though their influence made them so much, it's like being a rebounder. They were Dennis Rodman, you know what I mean? In more ways than one. The rebounder gets none of the glory, but, it's the shooter, the guy who makes all the shots, who gets all the glory, but, or whoever is the flashiest, it's the scorer. It's always the scorer. But the rebounder is who's doing the work underneath. And Rodman's I just thought of that analogy, by the way, but Rodman's such a great analogy because he's also so strangely weird and out there and influential in his style
able to maintain the element of cool when people look back at the legacy.
Of course.
You might have lost that in WWE. You might have held the title, but you might have been running around Scotty Flamingo.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just
You could
saying.
have saved so much money on therapy by just coming to us a lot sooner.
No, but it took. You know what it was though? It took the therapy to allow me to let myself off the hook. You know, I don't. Now I think I have a fabulous career. You know, I'm very happy and very proud and very grateful for it. But what I'm saying is it's a shame ECW was never able to be the biggest, because if it would have been, if Paulie would have had the money to make it the biggest, it would have been unbelievable. But let me go back to your other thing real quick. Mm-hmm. Winning the belt, Sandman. So the next week on the show's all about Sandman. And I go, Paulie, I just won the belt. I go, why isn't the show about me? He goes, because you won the belt. Now the show's about Sandman, and we rebuild him because he lost the belt. I'm like, wow. That is so obvious now that you've said it, and it's so fucking brilliant. Yet and that's why he was so good. And that's what I try to do when I've always tried to do that. Think, it's not even outside the box thinking. It's thinking things through thoroughly and realizing that the path that everybody takes isn't always the smart path.
Speaking to your legacy as champion, you get to do cool things like work with Kimona Wanalea. From where?
I brought her in.
Where does she surface? Good. Let's take that. Go ahead.
Okay, I needed a new valet, and on Monday nights there was no clubs to go to. Like I go out every night of the week. I'd been going out every night of the week from the time I was like 15. So it was nothing new. But although the excessive drug and alcohol intake, got much, much worse. As a sidebar, Raven, it was art imitating life. That's how I created Raven. But soon life started to imitate art because I started to become more and more Ravenish and more alcoholic and more drugged out and more what he was. So, so it was originally art imitating life, but then it started to become life imitating art, and that's when things got, bad. But, and that's why, hence the lost years. But,
trying to see how she ties into this.
So I'd go out every night. So I lived in Philadelphia. I'd go out every night of the week. There's always a club to go to. Monday nights, nowhere to go to. And across from where I was living was a strip club called, whatever, I can't remember, but it's on the tip of my tongue. I'll blurt it out later. And so she was a dancer, and my buddy's girlfriend, and my buddy the DJ, and my other buddy who's a DJ, he's the one who got me the job, I think, or I met him, or maybe I met him there because I would just DJ. I started DJing Monday nights, so to speak, because there was nowhere to go, and I figure if I'm going to be out drinking and there's nowhere to go, I might as well get paid to do it, So I was DJing a titty bar, and it was across the street, so it was an easy drive home, and so I needed a new valet, and his girlfriend was hot, and she was Oriental, and I thought she had a cool look. And so I said, you want to get her into business. And he wanted to be in the business bad. He eventually started training and stuff. So that's basically where I found her. And it's interesting about her because she had a magnetic personality on camera. She couldn't talk. She couldn't wrestle. Didn't do much anything, but there's something about her,
Were you romantically linked with her at any point?
No.
The answer. That's the answer, then.
No.
You got to think about it.
No. I was thinking about all the other ones I was romantically linked with. I was basically romantically linked with almost every valet I've had, except for her.
Cool. Oh, first of all, who comes up with the name? Come on.
I did. Well, see, and this is irritating too. I came up with Beulah McGillicuddy. I know I came up with part of it. I forget which, or at least, and Paulie and Tommy and I always fight over this, but I know I came up with Kimona Wanalea because when you're a kid, there's these little jokes like Under the Bleachers by Seymour Butts, The Hole in the Mattress by Mr. Completely,
right? And
there was The Hawaiian Prostitute by Kimona Wanalea, and that's how I came up with it. And yet they still claim that they came up with it having just out of whole cloth, which I'm like, no, you didn't, but whatever, They probably do it just to get my goat. And I don't even have a goat. okay, he's in a weird position, okay? They give him the superhero gimmick, 911 is one of the greatest gimmicks ever. The name, the name, his look, even though he had a mullet, it didn't matter. It just worked on him for some reason. Because it just, some people can pull off mullet off, you know what I mean? Even post mullet years. And the leather jacket he had, which you have to be the right guy to pull the ones off with the tassels.
Tassels.
Yeah, it's a cool jacket. You have to be the right guy, He was the right guy with the right look, and he couldn't work, but he wanted to work, but he couldn't, and Paulie would never let him work because, it would expose him. And so, and the greatest gimmick, the people would chant 911, like Santa Claus comes out. Only in Philadelphia does Santa Claus come out and the people start chanting 911. And the music, oh my God, Edgar Winter's Frankenstein. Da 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 da. So he was built for this spot. And it was the greatest spot. And so then he wanted to wrestle, and Paulie would never let him. And then finally he let him with Ron Simmons, and it was a disaster.
Did he feel he could work?
I think so. I think, let's face it, how does it not go to your head when the people just go ass crazy cheering your name? You don't do anything except come out and chokeslam a guy. He was crucial to one of the biggest key moments in one of my feuds. It was the Pitbulls, Stevie and Raven Pitbulls double dog collars match. We have the double dog collar match where it looks like I break my neck when Pitbull number 2 super bombs me into the edge of the table because he didn't want me kicking out of his super bomb through a table. And I'm like, well, you just made me into Superman when I kick out of fucking almost dying, And and then what happens is that I chloroformed Pitbull number 2, and everyone's like, no one's gonna buy that. I'm like, they'll buy it because at the time, like, I didn't know you couldn't buy chloroform, but not chloroform, but
ether.
Ether, that's it. Yeah, I didn't know you couldn't get ether anywhere, but I found out, except from the Ether Bunny, but I found out that bowling ball cleaner used to have ether in it, and at that time it did. They don't do it anymore. But so it had a little bit of ether in it. And I'm like, man, this is going to go. Everyone's like, no one's going to buy it. I go, they'll buy it when they smell it. But I didn't tell anybody that part because I just wanted to watch the boys, because I loved getting over shit that the boys, like the Blue Meanie, people thought, that's the stupidest idea I ever heard. It's awesome. But so I fucking put the fucking ether into the snot rag. I fucking gas him with it. I knock him out. Hey, he's half knocked out because it's a shoot. There's enough ether in there. And I got him gassed by it. And he's half knocked out. They carry him off. Dreamer comes in to be the replacement partner for Pitbull 1. They win the tag titles. I think Dreamer pins me or something. But then out comes Fonzie, the heel referee. Yep. It doesn't count, Daddy. And which was such a beautiful thing. And Fonzie had been his heel ref for 6 months at least now, with always getting his way. Nobody ever did anything to him. And so much heat. And the way Fonzie would talk, it is, hey, Daddy, it's just, and it's blowing the whistle. You wanted to kill him. And then so he, but then out comes Big Dick Dudley to help me. And the Dudleys come out, and they get Dreamer and the Pitbulls fight him off. We get double super bombed. I got Stevie up on my shoulders. And which I came up with, and I'm like, nah, I don't want to do that. I'm fucking, it's pretty scary. Right. Stevie goes, no, I'll do it. I'm like, fuck, now I got to do it. Why'd I come up with that? So we're up there. They don't put Stevie's leg in right. So I have to save his life, or save his leg. Pull his leg in so it's tucked in under like that. We get double super bombed. Dreamer covers us, I think. I think I got this sequence right. Then out comes the Dudleys to make the save. They fight him off, but there's Big Dick, and he grabs the fucking Dreamer by the throat. Fonzie blows the whistle, and he goes, because choke slams are banned. That's right. He banned the choke slam, so 911 couldn't choke slam anybody. Fonzie goes, the choke slams are back on, Daddy. Dreamer gets choke slammed. Da 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 da. Here comes 911. Plants Fonzie, almost kills himself because he tried to put his legs back to like instead of just going up and keeping his body, you know, like that and having. He's like reaching back, like, you know, because people, when you don't bump, your tendency is to turn back, you know, and to reach and try and protect yourself. All you're doing is not protecting yourself.
Right.
So he almost gets killed. But so 911's in crucial things like that, as well as, you know, some guy goes to play the national anthem, misses a note, 911, you know. And the best part is you didn't have to prompt the fans. They knew when it was not, like when Fonzie goes, the choke slams league on, as soon as Big Dick Dudley choke slams Tommy, 911. You know, so it had to go to his head. You know what I mean? It's just, he's a hometown guy, you know, on the hottest show. And in his mind, this show, you know, like, and this is why the difference I was saying before, to me, they were still number 3, but to anybody who started there, they were equal. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Or anybody who hadn't started yet, they were equal, but because I had a different perspective. So to him, he's on this hot show. It might as well be worldwide for him. You know, he's a local kid, you know, got his big break, you know, and so he wants more action, you know what I mean? And now he's doing a job. Wait, what do you mean I'm doing it? I've never done a job. I don't even do matches. You won't even let me wrestle, but now you want me to do a job? And that's what went through his head. Okay. And I can understand that real quick. And I know we have a lot of stuff to cover. I know, but because my first brush with ego, and my only brush with ego, was I was working for Florida Championship Wrestling. It was my second territory, and I never did a job. They'd always have me get out of the ring, ring the bell, and walk off. You know, like the match ended. You know what I mean? Kind of silly, but and then Steve Kern, who's the booker and the owner of the company, goes, "Hey, listen, do you mind putting me over today?" And it's, by "do you mind" means you're always asked, you know, do you mind? But it's the answer is yes. You know, there is no is not an answer. It's not like do you mind, and you're supposed to say,
especially when it's the owner of the company.
Right. But I paused for a second. I go, well, don't I usually just get counted out? He goes, don't worry about it. You don't have to do it. And I'm like, no, I don't mind doing it. But right there, that little bit of me going, but I usually get counted out, that was enough. And then the next day they called me in the office, and Mike Graham goes, listen, I go, don't tell me you got to fire me. He goes, yeah. I go, look, I'd fire me too. How can you have insubordination like that? You know, and that's what also led to me going to Vancouver, which led me to go to Portland. So it all worked out. But the thing is that little hesitation, the fucked up thing is Florida Championship Wrestling was in like 10 markets at that point, because they weren't like when they were a powerhouse in the state. They weren't even airing in my hometown. So like, why would I even care? But it's that little bit of ego that everybody has. And I'm so glad that mine got knocked out, you know, within a year in the business, and I never had it since, you know. I mean, you know, you occasionally be like, you know, but I'm saying, but that's different than being like, I don't want to do, you know, like, why should I have to do this? You know what I mean? And I totally empathize with 911, because I can see in his mind, I'm over. In his mind, he's probably the most over guy in the company. You know, he's not, because he doesn't understand that it's, you know, Fonzie was over, but it was Richie Cunningham that drew the house. You know what I mean? Once Richie Cunningham was off the show, the ratings went down because he was the emotional soul. Right. You know, Kramer's great, but only in small doses. That's what 911 was. And so he didn't understand that, and you couldn't make him understand that. And so I can totally empathize with how he felt, but it was just ridiculous.
How was he as a fit in the locker room?
Jericho's a great guy. Jericho will get along anywhere with anybody. I mean, he is just genuinely a funny, good-natured, great guy, you know. And if you think about it, nobody has done more outside of wrestling other than The Rock. I mean, he's he's had a couple TV shows, you know, game shows that he hosted. I mean, he's had a phenomenal career. for a guy that was 5'10", 5'11", that was too short, you know what I mean? One of the, borderline vanilla midget, you know what I mean? He did amazing.
How does Paulie get him to come over?
I don't know. All I can think, here's the thing. Anybody can be gotten by cash, but I'm sure that Bigelow finished up with New York for some reason. Although why, I have no idea, because let's face it, if you can take a guy like LT, who's never had a match, and make him look like a 4-star match, that's a achievement. You know what I mean?
And a guy with an achievement like that, does he immediately come into ECW, and is he kind of like a locker room leader? You guys have a lot of more respect.
I don't think he ever wanted to be. I think he was always a guy who I think he probably burnt some bridges. I think he, at least I know he did originally with Vince, didn't he? When he first came in, and then he fucked off to Japan, which I'm not saying that was a bad move, but I'm saying But then he went back, and Vince probably got him back for leaving the first time by having him in the classic match, the main event, and then letting him go. I don't know. I mean, I'm just speculating, just spitballing. But I always got the sense that Bigelow was just happy to be, off to the side by himself. Like when he was in New York, he hung out with, as far as I remember, with the Samoans, who always kept to themselves. I think he did. I'm not positive, even when he was in the Triple Threat, he was always, with Shane Douglas and Candido, like he was always off. Like I remember they wanted to get kiss tattoos with the Triple Threat logo or something, and he's like, I don't want to do that. Like, I think he was just always kind of his own guy. He was fabulous.
Following the success of Mysterio and Psychosis.
Oh, he was last. He was third, huh?
Yeah. Is he, I guess based on their success, he sees it safe to continue the lucha trend?
I think Paulie was just realized, I think Paulie knew that Rey Mysterio was going to be a monster. And he needed somebody, I mean, let's face it, anybody, doesn't matter how little he is, there's something about him, you know what I mean? And he was so amazing. But let's face it, Hoovy was pretty much almost, I would say Hoovy was just about as good, but the difference was Ray's smarter. Ray's a smarter guy, and Ray is, Hoovy's more in the fucked up mold of Raven, but the only thing that saved Raven was the fact that he was a smarter guy. You know what I mean?
I was going to ask you, does Hoovy behave in ECW or?
Not in WCW.
In ECW.
I don't remember. I think so. The Mexicans always stayed to themselves. But Hoovy was a remarkable fucking athlete. Just remarkable. But he didn't have the, not that he's stupid or not, I don't mean that, but he just didn't have the creativity and the cleverness of, or maybe he had the creativity but not the cleverness of Oscar, of Ray. Mm-hmm. And so I guess they brought in Ray, but they needed somebody to play ball with him who could work with him, so they brought in Psychosis. And then once they had that, they go, well, Hoovy's just as good. Let's get Hoovy in here.
I used to be a big fan of European wrestling. First of all, because it was done completely different. A round system. They wrestled at the Royal Albert Hall in front of the Queen and Prince. People went in tuxedos. They had to have something going for them. I was a big fan of the German wrestling too. Otto Vance, there was something, and I thought, here's a guy that definitely does look like the Loch Ness Monster. He was huge, okay? I mean, he looked like something that came out of a cave. I had everybody pound me about it. That year, he drew the #1 rating for Saturday night. I don't care. Sometimes you have to go against the grain. How much steak can you eat? After a while, you want a taco. This guy had something, and I had the balls enough to take a chance on him, and I would have done it 1,000 times. The other thing was, I just happened to think for a big man, and he was huge, he could work his ass off. If you ever saw him take a bump through the ropes, I don't care how jagged you are, and you know it's at work. When he took a bump, you said, that guy, there's no way he didn't hurt himself. So I think I was going for anything I could to get credibility. And the other thing, again, was I happened to know that he had worked in Japan quite a bit. And I was kind of put my rooks out there to get closer and closer to the
peel away the onion a little more.
Yeah.
We get down to the roots. Okay, Japan. This is like one of the first work shoot angles, right, in the business. So we're starting to see a little influence maybe from the internet a little bit, or at least the sheets now, because you know people are starting to get a peek inside. Talk to me about your mindset with this whole thing, and Brian's too.
I'd like to say that it had something to do with this. It could have been a stick. This was all Brian. This is why I said to you guys that I think he was the greatest mind in my era anyway. This was Brian. He laid it out for me. I mean, I was like, okay, Spot, sit down, and then you're going to go over here, Spot, and pick the ball up, and then, Spot, you bring it back there. Okay, Brian. Okay, I got it. I just listened to him, and we did it.
Really?
I never had to say, well, do you want to put a butt in there, or Hernand? It was his gimmick, and he would call me up at night and say, hey, you know, late at night too. This is what I want to do. Okay, what do you want me to do? He said, I'm going to do something in TV, and fucking, you better tell Eric that he needs to tell me to shut the fuck up. And I'm not supposed to say that, but you know, tell him to keep quiet. I went along with it, and Brian just laid it out for me. And the funny thing, I've told you this before, I'd have guys come up to me and say, while this was going on, I'd have guys come up to me and say, this Pillman's an asshole, please beat the shit out of him. 2 minutes later, I'd see the guy around the corner with Pillman saying the same thing about me. And we'd talk about it. It was funny, but one of the biggest compliments I ever got in my life, when Kevin Nash was up there in the WWE, a bunch of them bought the pay-per-view to see the shoot. And he said they bought it as a shoot. So if you get the guys within the business thinking it was real, you know, we were treading on.
Were you hesitant though to have your role as booker? Because you're on TV now, so you're in the midst of all these angles and stuff, working with Dungeon of Doom, Hogan, and all that stuff. Now you're going to have a different portrayal.
Did I have the only hang-up I had, because I still don't believe, and I mean, you got to realize I'm a caveman, I still don't believe that most wrestling fans have that kind of time to be on the internet 12 hours a day. You know what I mean?
Apparently do.
Yeah, but I don't think it's like, unless you're, okay, I'll give you an example. 35,000 people in Fenway Park. Out of those 35,000 people, I'm in the 10% that are knowledgeable. So that is a major sport. You know what I
more
mean?
casual fans than diehards everywhere.
Okay,
Sure,
okay.
across the board.
But where I'm going, again, with Brian, I figured, first of all, a lot of them, the booker was going to go over their heads, right? But the people that knew, and they would say, this is a shoot. Sometimes it's easy to con the ones that are smartest. This is a shoot. And the thing with Brian was, he was so dead on. There was never a crack. And I mean, at this period when he was playing, you know, it was the only thing that difficulty I had with it was I didn't like conning the guys, because then there's a lost respectability, okay? But this had never been done. It wasn't my idea. How am I going to turn this guy down? First of all, because I think he's a genius, and I want him on my side, and I want to suck him dry with his ideas. But during this time, I remember we went to Europe. We were in Germany. And when Brian got on the bus, there was a buzz as soon as he got on the bus from the boys. Boys don't buzz after 5 days on travel. It was, this guy's crazy. He's lost it. Go talk to him. I don't want to be in the ring with him. I don't know what he's going to do. You know, and then, like you said before, he almost broke Heenan's neck. You know, what was that about? I mean, it perpetuated itself. It got bigger and bigger. And the next thing I knew, I'm looking at Brian Pillman, who's 205 pounds, 5'7", and I'm looking at somebody that got fangs and he's 350 and he's 7'7". I'm thinking, boy, he has really built an image. And that was a turning point, I think, in wrestling.
Hardest thing to do is to work the workers, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Hogan's idea, your idea, part of Hogan's women master plan.
I think this was part of Hogan's idea. And I think Hogan had a long-range idea that, and again, I'm surmising, that Elizabeth would go with Hogan, Linda would go with Randy, and somewhere down the line there'd be a switch.
Let's talk about life imitating art for a minute here, or vice versa. What's the Hogan and Linda obviously were married at the time. Randy and Liz aren't. Randy has that whole jealousy thing. Was something weird going on?
No, I don't think something was weird going on. I think that it does start to copy itself, but I think that Randy, you know, nobody knows, but I think Elizabeth always loved Randy. I think Randy had a lot of demons. I think if you said to Randy, "It's a nice day out," some days he said, "What do you mean by that?" I think in some respects, Hogan and Linda were trying to get them back together, and they almost did at one point. Almost did. I mean, I had to do a shoot with Liz later on, and she said some things about Randy in the interview. It was done outside in a really nice setting. She was on a swing. I don't know if you guys remember. We used the boat to shoot the thing, and she broke down and cried. And I mean, she was really emotional. She said, "I kind of screwed up with Randy." And I thought, in one respect, that Hogan and Linda were trying to get them back together. And I still think that way, but I think that Randy's mindset was he didn't trust anybody at that period. You know what I mean?
Linda Bollea, Elizabeth Poffo, Nancy Sullivan. Should there be a Rule 101 in the books about having the wives in the angles, in wrestling, on the road with you?
I think that it's very difficult to make it work. Should there be rules? I'm a libertarian. I don't think there should be rules about anything. I mean, I think we're all responsible for our own actions.
Does it ever work?
It has, on occasions, the Sheik and Joyce.
Oh.
You know, it has. I'm not saying that it's the smartest thing, and I don't think it is the smartest thing, but do I want rules? But, I mean, there's rules in most corporations where no fraternization, right?
Oh, I mean like an informal rule, like, listen, don't.
Yeah, I think there should be, of course. Yeah, I mean, I think too. I know I'm going to get some heat over this because I'm a male chauvinist pig, but there gets to be a point where they think they're as important as the angle, okay? And they're not. I don't care how influential a woman is on the outside of a wrestling ring, she ain't getting beat up. And unless she's getting beat up, then she becomes as important. And I don't think that there's only been a handful of good managers, really, right? And there's been thousands of managers. That's because not many guys from the outside can equate to getting beaten up, you know what I mean? Unless they did it. I mean, the best one I ever saw that didn't wrestle that much was Humperdinck. He could equate to it. I think it takes somebody that's been inside the ring to equate to an angle to make it work completely. I'm not saying that they don't have good ideas, but to really make it work, you have to understand that there's a chance somebody could get hurt with what you're saying.
Do you remember the politics between having him job twice? He just been pinned by Ric Flair weeks before this, now this.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
It had nothing to do with the Ted Turner thing. There started to be two camps forming, pro-Hogan, anti-Hogan.
Backstage?
Backstage. Myself, when I hear people say, this guy's a great worker, how many assholes did he put between 16 inches? That's what tells me a guy's a great worker. I don't want to hear about these wonderful technicians, and I go to the fucking town and there's 100 people there. I don't want to hear that. Whether they liked it or not, for that time, he put asses in seats. But Rick and him had that horrible, I mean, Rick used to come into me and come up with anybody would beat Hogan. I mean, the Washman would beat Hogan. I mean, it was just so incessant. I'd go, and I remember turning to Jim Barnett one time, and Jim was one of the smartest guys I ever met in the wrestling business, and he said, he'll never get over it. He just is incensed he has to have someone beat Hogan. I mean, he wanted to beat Hogan with Vader. He wanted to beat Hogan with Arn. And I think it wore on Hogan, and he thought he was getting heat, and I think Eric, and again, I'm surmising, I think Eric went behind the scenes and said to him, listen, Hulk, you're getting a lot of heat with the guys. I think you need to do the job. When they told me, I said to him, I think, going back to the Japanese, I think you need to take a look at your name card. Your name card says, Japanese, when you give them your card, they look at it and study it, and it's very influential. I said, your name says Hulk Hogan. I think you need to go over. I think he finally got that because 2 weeks later he beat me and Arn together. So.
Oh, we'll get to a lot of fun Hogan stuff. Could you do with me real quick here, a quick role play? I want you to talk about negotiating a Hulk Hogan loss. How does this have to be put to Terry? What are the things you have to say? Do you keep Flair's name out of it so he doesn't think it's coming from?
Well, this was, he actually came to me and said, I want to put Arn over. And I said, okay. I'd like to just ask you, you have complete control. I just have to ask you why. He said, well, I just think it's the right thing to do. I think at that period, he felt that if he didn't do it, he was going to be them and they were us. And he didn't want that to happen. And I think he was smart enough that he saw a riff. And I think he was also smart enough to say, okay, I put Rick over. Now I'm putting his best friend over. Now this will shut Rick up.
Was it just that you wanted more of an arena setting, or what? Do you remember?
Yeah. Hulk's people wanted him to be perceived as bigger than life. They didn't like that small center stage. It was not Raw. It wasn't the big arenas. It was a small redneck. You know, that's still a redneck town. I mean, I can say that. I live in the South long enough. It was perceived as Redneckville and coming from center stage. I personally liked center stage. It was a great controlled atmosphere. I mean, you didn't have to be looking in 10,000 dressing rooms for the guys. There was 2 dressing rooms. It was a good vibe for the guys because they had to sit together. And I happen to like that camaraderie. They had to sit together at least once a week, you know. And you got to have hands on, and you could get to see if a guy had a problem. Because the thing is, even though it's a wrestling business, there are still personal things that go on for a guy, and he's down, and maybe you need to talk to somebody or something like that. But if he's in the dressing room and you never get to see them, and you know you're on the road and you're on a plane, it's a kind of a pulls everybody back, and you can kind of give guys pep talks. Not that they need them, the professionals, but sometimes you got to say, you got a chance to say, okay, Sean. And Barnett one time said to me, you know, you're the first one I ever saw say that. I bring 2 guys in to give a finish. And I think I might have told you, well, first of all, one's going to hate me, one's going to love me. But I would turn it around, and I'd say, Sean, you're working with me tonight. I'd like you to do me a favor. So first of all, what are you going to say? I'm not going to do you the favor. But I would say to, if I had a chance now, I got a chance to see you, I say, Sean, this is what's going to happen this week. But in 6 weeks from now, I got you in a program with Lenny Montana, and this is what we're going to do to build up for this. So I don't want you to think that I'm just cutting your water off here. I got plans for you, and 6 weeks from now, you know, nobody's writing it down in a book that you lost. Right. Unfortunately, they are.
You don't always have long-term plans for all the guys that have a job. And but you got to say, somebody, listen, it's...
Yeah, but if I just think that sometimes a guy needs to know he's appreciated, and he isn't going to get cut, and hey, work hard and we'll take care of you.
It's a good coach, you know. You're ruining your devil gimmick as we speak.
The whole thing's a work.
Okay, so
every bit of it. But see, nobody knows that.
You guys don't know that.
No.
When you say everybody, you talking about the talent or?
Well, okay. When Pillman started it, okay, I'm not trying to put myself over, but when Pillman first did it on TV on WCW, I go, it's a work. And Disco's like, no way, it's a shoot. I'm like, then why don't they cut off the camera? And right away, I mean, to me, the minute they showed him doing anything, like the first with the Booker man and the pencil, I think that was first. But then when they showed him in the audience, it's total work, you know. But who thinks of that? You know, it's like the wrestling fans gradually get knowledgeable. You know what I mean? You know, when I was a kid, I thought Lex Luger was great in Florida when he was only a rookie because Gordon Soley said he was. You know, so you don't. But if you look through the eyes of somebody who of that knowledge, you know, that's what you know. But the more wrestling you watch and the more you become a fan and the more that's released insider, the more the fans grow in knowledge and so forth. You know, and sometimes and a lot of that has a negative influence, but that's beside the point. But so Pillman, he played it like it was a shoot. I mean, he totally played it like it was a shoot. He was Andy Kaufmaning it. Andy Kaufmaning it.
Could be a verb today.
Yeah, Kaufman. He was Kaufmaning it. It's because of the Kaufman-inging.
It's the end thing.
Yeah, but he called me. Like me and him were real good friends at the time. Well, not real good, but we were good friends at the time. Because me, him, and Austin used to ride together in WCW as the comedy trio. That was and we had a comedy heavyweight champion. We had a comedy league. It was ridiculous. But yeah, entertain yourselves. And so he called me, he said he was coming in, and we did a lot of coke. I remember that when he came in. But he kept that thing up as a shoot. And I think what happened with him, the same thing happened to me. First, that art was like that he allowed that life to imitate art. You know, he let the character that he became overrun his life, and his addictions got worse. You know, much worse. I mean, as if he didn't party enough before. Now he was mega partying, yeah, he always knew, but he was really smart. He always knew that at his size he was going to have trouble making the big money. You know. Yeah, he had to do something.
Do you think it was his intention to stay in ECW, or was he, in his mind, headed to WWF?
No, he always wanted to go to WCW. He always wanted to go back to WCW,
Really?
but get a Luger contract.
What's the strategy now? The touring, the philosophy is going to change again now.
We felt that, we had become like a turtle. We went into our shell, we got stronger, and now first of all, they stacked the card on this because they went to Baltimore. We knew we were going to draw. Baltimore was our best shot at this. So, people that were in the inn knew where to go. We went in, but we had done our homework, and now Hogan could say, not only did I draw the house, I got guys over to draw the house, meaning he did the job for Arn, he did the job for Flair. Why, if we didn't draw, it was certainly not his fault, because he did way above what he should have done. It was those jerks.
But even beyond Baltimore, now you're going to start
Right.
going on the road again. Is there any fear that you wouldn't draw house shows because you've been away from these cities so long? Or what was like the testing where you thought this was now fertile ground? Would you go back?
I thought because the TV had gotten so good, and with the influx of everything going on, and we were on a roll, I think the wrestling business will take on a life of its own after a while. If you put the pieces together, it will, and you push that snowball uphill. When it starts to go down the other side, there's no stopping it. Just the momentum will keep it. And you'll make mistakes, and the mistake will be you'll beat the wrong guy, and then all of a sudden you'll see it's Goldberg, and you'll keep him off of TV for 6-8 weeks. So that's what happens.
The big turnaround in the wrestling business at this time is often attributed to the NWO. But if you go back to here in February, you're talking about 11,000 fans in a house, and you've got Flair and Savage on top.
Right.
Is it safe to say that Flair and Savage turned the business a little bit?
I think it's safe to say that the WCW had popped through on the other side. Flair, Savage, Sting, the guy Hogan, not only did I have name recognition, I had guys that could work. Where he had guys with name recognition, but they weren't the talent. And now you add the Hispanic guys I had, giving you something that no one's seen, and then you have the Hollywood Blondes, or you had Barry Windham, or a host of other guys.
You knew you had the pieces in place.
I had the pieces in place.
Who do you have to go to say, we want to change the company philosophy here, we want to just not make it about TV, we want to go back out?
I got to give Eric the credit. We went and talked, and I said, Eric, I think now's the time. We've never been in this solid position before. I think now's the time for us to go. And he wanted to go, too. Eric wanted to go. If he was hesitant, I don't think we went. So he went to the people, and the people said, okay, let's give it a shot.
as part of going back out on the road, I think we have some old school house show techniques at play here. Lex Luger wins the TV title in Baltimore here and then loses it the next night again on a house. Are you doing that? Anything can happen in a house show. Watch him lose the title, watch him get the title back. It's not only going to happen on TV. Is that what this was?
Yeah, and I wanted to do something, but I was vetoed. I wanted to shoot angles in the house shows and plug them back into the television program, because first of all, we'll say you go to Salisbury, Maryland, and it doesn't have to be a main event, but we'll say Buff and Scotty are wrestling the Armstrongs for the tag belts. We shoot an angle there in Salisbury, Maryland, play it back on TV, and my people objected because it's only Salisbury, Maryland, but hey, we're going to Salisbury, Maryland. We're going to 10,000 of them a year. Why not have people say, hey, isn't that Aunt Marie there? Yeah, let's go down. She's on TV. People like to be on TV, okay? They also like local stuff. That came from Salisbury, Maryland. And I wanted to put that in because I wanted people to know, hey, if you go, it's like you go to a ball game, there may be a no-hitter pitch. The guy may hit 4 home runs. Likelihood isn't going to happen, but it could. So I wanted people to say, oh, something may happen in this town. It isn't just happens on TVs and pay-per-views. And my personal belief is that's what's wrong with the business. Everything is on pay-per-view. Why don't you just say nothing's going to happen for a year?
Is the name a rib? What's the deal? The booty man.
Wouldn't you think the whole thing was a rib?
The whole thing's a rib. But Hogan, I mean, is this Hogan wanting to bring him in?
Absolutely. And I got to give, what happens is people don't know the history of things. Ed Leslie was very influential in getting Hulk Hogan off a federal charge. He got on the witness stand when Hogan and Vince were being prosecuted for steroid distribution and got Hulk free. I think Hulk was, Ed and Hulk have been best friends since the 4th grade. I think he was paying his friend back. Now, was his friend the greatest worker of all times? No. Did he look like a wrestler? Yes. Were there complications? Absolutely. But if you're not smart enough to work around it, you shouldn't have the job.
What's Todd's role in the company at this point? He's already sold to Paul, right?
Oh, has he?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So is it just like an honorarium thing where they keep him around, or?
Todd was the heart and soul to an extent of the place. Like if Paulie was the brains, then he was the then he was the soul. So I mean, sort of. I mean, that's not a perfect analogy, but yeah, I think that and plus, he was loved in Philly. He was local guy, owned the pawn shop, which many people don't know, but pawn shops were the original banks. Before there were banks, there were pawn shops, and you took your shit there and you left, and so and it's not a rinky. It's not like when I used to think of pawn shops, I think of places where you buy used lawnmower or you buy a used gun. But this was all jewelry. He was in Diamond Row in Philly. This is all gold and diamonds he was dealing in. You know what I mean? Big money, and he was an institution in the city, the family company and business, and he was. And so it'd be stupid not to have him. And also, you needed the commissioner, and he was a great babyface commissioner. So I mean, it wasn't like you needed to keep him around, but you'd want to keep him around.
Mm-hmm. Do you think he gets proper credit when we talk about ECW history? I mean, Paulie's mentioned all the time. Should more emphasis have been given to?
Well, what about, well, that's like saying, yeah, yes and no. Okay, Joel Goodhart, who supposedly started the whole shindig, and Eddie Gilbert, and then they brought Paulie in, and then Paulie took over. But so, I mean, so there's some other names, but really, I think Todd gets his credit, you know, because Todd, I think Goodhart was the one who spent all the money to start this whole thing and blew all the money on, you know, on guys, because he wanted to see him wrestle, and then, you know, and then it started a thing. I'm pretty sure that, and then Todd was his commissioner or his booker or something, and then Todd kind of took over when Goodhart I think he went loony, or I don't know what happened, but yeah. So Todd took over and he kept it going, and then Todd was I think it was Todd who brought in Paulie, and so I mean, but Todd was he was. Yeah, I mean, I think he gets the credit he deserves.
Okay. Any interesting behind-the-scenes stories?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I tell you what, it amazed me. We were there for 7 days, and they couldn't stand the wrestlers. I mean, this is not...
Who's they?
The people in Baywatch.
The actors or the crew?
The actors.
Okay.
Because this isn't Sir Laurence Olivier doing Hamlet. This is Baywatch. Oh, there goes Hulk Hogan. I mean, we were doing the first take. You know, I mean, come on. This is not hard. They're stumbling over words. Why these guys make us look bad? I'm looking, wow, it took us a week to do one thing we should have gotten done in 30 minutes. You know what I mean? I'm being facetious, but one day we should have been able to knock it out. And it just blew my mind that these people, you know.
Not Hasselhoff.
Hasselhoff hated Hogan too. He would not be on that episode. He would not be on that episode. He did not do the episode.
Deep down, do you guys think he'll make it there? Or do you feel that he's another one of the many who go up north and get misused?
Well, he did. I don't know what we thought at the time, but he did get misused until he was able to become who he was, you know, an extension of who he was.
Cactus wrote a lot about the different send-offs he received from the New York crowd and the Philly crowds, ECW crowds, in his book. Do you remember the reactions each night? I think Philly...
In Philly, they Fargo strutted out of the place, so they got a big babyface pop.
And then in New York, they fucked him with the "you sold out," right? That's
I don't know. I don't remember.
From what I remember. Compare and contrast the Philly-New York crowd for me.
Well, all right. Paulie was also smart in that he kind of tried to make it like rival sports teams, you know, even though they were for the same company, so that there would be more motivation of the fans. You know what I mean? Not that they needed motivation, but why not keep them even more motivated? You know, Philly crowd says this, New York crowd says that. And so, you know, whenever you build animosity between things, people, organizations, whatever, it always stirs a little more emotion. And wrestling's an emotion-driven sport. So, you know, a smart idea. But Philly was always the home, you know. It was always Philadelphia because that's where it all started, and it couldn't have started anywhere else. If Goodhart would have started in New York, it wouldn't have happened. If it would have started anywhere else, it wouldn't have happened. It was Philadelphia. It had to be because Philadelphia is just this. I love Philly. I'm from Philly, and it's just this. I think Howard Stern said it best. Philly's the most fucked up city in the world. It's like New York. They wear their fucked upness on the surface, but in Philly, it's kind of kayfabed a bit. You know, and it's under the behind the scenes, and you know, like they have, you know, what was that guy, Uncle Eddie, who used to buy. They died of AIDS, but he used to buy high school kids' underwear, and they found him when he died with like 6 broom closets filled with boys' shit-stained underwear. You know, I mean, that's the kind of creeps that, you know, that line the underbelly of Philly, but but then Philly's also magnificent, the architecture, and and so it's a city of contrasts. But it's just Philly's fans. They're very fickle. You have to give them something special. They want to be. We're not selling for fucking bullshit. You know what I mean? And that's part of what also worked. And if you give them the right thing, they'll sit around the corner at a goddamn bingo hall waiting for it to open up, just to get in. And you're not going to get that any other place. It's the right climate, it's the right place, it's the right everything.
We didn't think he was going to be missed. I mean, Johnny B. Bad was Dusty's character. I personally didn't see anything where I was having a white man play a black man. I thought we were walking on a fucking hot tin roof. I mean, come on, I couldn't get, that's like Jolson in blackface. I mean, couldn't I have gotten sued there? I couldn't find the brother to play the brother. I got to get a white cracker to play a brother? I don't think so. I breathed a sigh of relief, to tell you the truth.
Good thing there's no unions there. Might have had something to say about that. Two people, Hogan and Savage, against, I think, 400.
Yeah.
Is this the big Hogan Monster Slayer moment here?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, it's comical. Almost. As is a lot of what happened with Hogan. So tell me the genesis of booking this. Is it his suggestion? Is it your way to placate him?
Yeah, it was not my only way to placate him, but I didn't think... I thought it was going to be me and the Giant against him and Savage. I figured they could beat me, then the guys could come out, and with the Giant could get heat on those guys. But I went from that to we had Zeus, we had the Iceman, I think we had the guy that was serving beers on the 7th row. I put an eye in the middle of his forehead. I mean, we had rhinos, I had every possible means of getting him over. And it was such a debacle. I mean, you go back and look at it. It was such a debacle. But at the end of it, he was so content with it. Yeah. He was so content with it that I think we got on a good wavelength that I could start to steer him now to more serious stuff.
Was this a situation where you had the original idea, where it was you tagging up, right, with the Giant, and then it's Hogan saying, "Hey, listen, brother, why don't we do this?" And then, okay, let's put another layer on it here, and then it's, I was thinking, and so then over weeks or days, however long that is, you get to a point where you say, I can't control this? Did you know walking out there what this was going to be?
Well, I knew, first of all, I had complete creative control, so I couldn't say no. So I would try to steer it in a direction until I got to the point where I sat down with myself and I said, I know what this is going to be, but hopefully, if it isn't as bad as I think it's going to stink, hopefully that when we get through this, that he'll feel comfortable enough that I can start steering him, that he'll trust me, that I did the right thing for him, that he'll trust me, that I can say to him, I don't think so. After this, our relationship did change. I could go to him and say, I don't think that's the way to go. And he would say, let me think about it. And everybody would hit him, this isn't the way to go. And he would come back and say, well, if that's how you think, I'll go with what you wanted. The funny thing was, and I know I'm jumping ahead, when the NWO came, there was a rift, as everybody knows. jockeying for position. But the truth be known, the NWO was my biggest help for Hogan, because in the back of their mind, whether they wanted to be the best heels or best baby faces, whatever, they were the best businessmen. They wanted the whole thing to work. And they had confidence in me because I'm a heel booker, and they were heels, and they saw what I was going through with him, that they would go to him in their own way. They get my message over to them by saying, you know, he's got that thing right. I think what he's got is right. Where it didn't take me a month to get my message over. It only took me 10 minutes.
Axel was so good, but all anybody ever saw was his hardcore Death Taipei matches, you know, glass on his fingers, stuff like that. But Axel could work. I mean, he could really work, tell a story, psychology. I think what hurt Axel's career the most, well, before the drugs, was he lost the British accent. You know, if for some reason he looked, it took him out of this chubby-ish, baby face, you know, because he had a baby face, but not that he was a baby face, you know, or he could be, I mean, but it took him out of that and made him special. You know, he did it incredibly well. He had everything, and he didn't want to do it. He didn't like doing it, and it was idiotic because it was so unique. You know, he's a punk. You know, he's like a British punk. You know, that's what he dressed like, and that's what he acted like. You know, but without the accent, I mean, you know, it's like Ric Flair without the robes. I don't know. There's something missing. You know. Loved it, you know, and it played off that that Tarantino. Was it
Pulp Fiction?
Not Pulp Fiction. Was it Pulp Fiction? No, it was the other movie. Not Reservoir Dogs. No, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't Tarantino. It was Tarantino-esque. It was
True Romance.
True Romance. Was that Tarantino?
He wrote it.
Yeah, he wrote it. I thought so. Yeah, True Romance, where Dennis Hopper is going to get killed. Like they got him, they're asking him, they're questioning him, and so these hardcore Italians, and he's like, and basically he knows he's going to die, so he's going to insult him the only way he can. So he tells a story, you know, and by insulting him, he was insinuating that, you know, not that I believe this or anybody should, but that, you know, that blacks that he's part of a black lineage because the Moors conquered Italy or Sicily. And which, so ludicrous, and so that's where Paulie got the idea, I'm sure, to make J.T. Smith, you know, a black guy be Italian. And J.T. Smith was awesome because there was he was clumsy every so often. Like one time he dove off the top and his foot hooked and he went and crashed and burned, like diving over the top, and his foot like just hooked the top rope, so he went straight down. Had a goose egg, it was a softball right here on his head. One time he did something else and he fell off like maybe the top rope. So then they just started making up spots from the, you know.
To mess up on purpose.
Yeah, just to, you know, like they do a Pulp Fiction montage. He's leaning back in the chair and the chair just falls over. You know, so you need variety on the show. Everybody's not a main eventer, you know, and you need dressing on the card, and that was great dressing.
How does Devon come to be a part of the Dudleys?
Well, we already had, let's see, I actually came up with the Dudleys one day, and we were in Tampa at the fairgrounds, and it just dawned on me, I'm like, hey, coach, what are you doing? I thought of the guy, the Hanson brothers from Slapshot, just popped in my head. I'm like, hey, coach, what are you doing? Putting on a tape every game, you know, when they were putting on it just didn't make any sense, you know, or I forget what it was, something like that. And and I thought, man, that'd be great. We have some flunkies, that looked like the Hanson brothers, a bunch of hick idiots, you know what I mean? So Taz came up with the outfits because he's like, all right, he decided at some point he was chief outfitter and t-shirt designer, and also somehow decided he was the poster maker, and so somehow I never made the poster for the first pay-per-view. It was just him and Sabu. That's kind of how that happened. But
Everyone's got a Taz story.
I know, it's the best.
What is it about Taz?
It's just Taz. It's funny. I like Taz. But anyway, so so he came up with which I actually like this idea. The jeans, instead of, because going with the jeans theory, like I do the jean shorts, and Stevie had the cutoffs. I put him in the cutoffs because that's his version. The reason I put him in the short shorts was Daisy Dukes was, his theory is the boss is wearing jean shorts, I'll wear jean shorts, but of course I'm going to show off my body. The boss doesn't, he doesn't know anything about fashion. Of course, he's the idiot. But so he's like, well, we'll put him in overalls because that's kind of the same look, and we'll put him in tie-dyed shirts. I'm like, it works for me. And then so we had Big Dick Dudley from the start, Snot Dudley, and Dudley Dudley. And Dudley was the best worker of the bunch, but he was too expensive because he had to fly him in from Florida. Snot Dudley we had to fly in, so we had to get rid of them. And then we brought in...
By now, in April of '96, you've got Big Dick, you've got Bubba, you've got Sign Guy, you got Chubby, Dudley, Dances with Dudley. Now there's Devon. Too many Dudleys?
No, well, they're not all there anymore. There's only... Then there was Dances with Dudley, who got let go because New Jack jumped him. That's bullshit. And that's a whole other thing, but I don't want to get into. But the then there was Chubby Dudley, who was just there for a cup of coffee. Sign Guy Dudley I came up with for a whole long story. I've told a story 100 times, but basically there was a guy in the front row who was a sign guy. And I wanted to, I didn't like the fact that he kayfabed Stevie in the gym, because Stevie said hi and he goes kayfabe, like that, because Stevie was a heel and he was a babyface. It's like, you're not even in the business. How dare you? And it infuriated me so much that I decided I was going to make him regret ever being the sign guy and get him to stop being the sign guy. So so I basically I go, Lou, you want to be sign guy Dudley? And he always wanted to be in the business, more than a photographer. So I said, you want to be the sign guy Dudley? Because he looked like it. He had the long hair, and he already wore the glasses, I think. So I go, we'll come out and we'll put the original sign guy on a sign. And then, so then the next show, the guy comes out with, and how unoriginal is the original sign guy? That's all we put, the original sign guy. So the next guy, the guy comes out with, which was the original sign guy in a slightly bigger sign. So I know that next week, so I come out with the original sign guy in a bigger sign. The next show, I know he's going to try and trump us, so I make a bed sheet with the original sign guy, and he never put another sign up. I ran him out of the business, and he wasn't even in the business. But so Devon, because they go, we need a black guy. It's just we were running through, races and creeds and colors, it's just whatever Dudleys, they all work. And it's ironic that the 8th and 9th Dudleys became the one to become millionaires.
Doesn't sound like a stretcher job. Doesn't sound like anything that's going to generate a lot of return heat either.
No, and again, in the back, there was a group of people telling him, watch out for these guys. Watch out for these guys. Watch out for these guys. And I said, you have, God bless him, you have Randy, who is paranoid. I mean, all he needed to do was tell Hulk, watch out for these guys. Or one of his cronies tell him, whether it be Booty Man or somebody else, well, you think that's the right thing to do? All they would have to say, and that would set him off. And the other thing, I don't think Hulk was secure in who he was because of that transition from WWE. I mean, in my head, and I may be wrong, that transition when he left, that was an earth-shattering thing. I mean, except the guy went from one place to another. This was the guy that was in the first WrestleMania. This was the guy that went out and put them on the map.
And a smart guy. So shouldn't a smart guy who was that integral in the popularity of the sport know that when the Giant comes out, who has on this same card chokeslammed Luger and Sting, when he does it to you, that you can't no-sell it because you just shit on the whole company?
Yeah, and I think that...
Where's the ego so over the top?
It's not that the ego is, it can be whatever it is. It's by a different name. Is it the ego is over the top, or is it insecurity over the top? I mean, are you that insecure that, who knows what's going on? Someone said, are you that insecure that he's afraid they're going to take that and make a mockery up there of him? Is he afraid that this move will slam that door shut forever? I mean, I don't know, and I certainly don't have the mindset to be into that. But, again, he was young around the business. He was a wrestling fan, and I think that's an important thing to be when you're in the business, is being a wrestling fan. He grew up a wrestling fan. He knows how things, he came from Florida. He saw the best company at the time, how it worked, how it proceeded, that there was layers and procedures. And for him not to do that, you're absolutely right, it shits on the company, but it also shits on the other talent. And it doesn't make you better. In my mind, it doesn't make you better in the perception of the viewer. It makes the whole product suck.
Right. That was my point.
Yeah. And I just think that whatever demon it is was completely off track at this point.
I came up with that. I saw Supernova on an indie show, and the fans were all cheering him like a baby face, but nobody understood that he was trying to be like Adam West Batman,
Right.
like a caricature, you know what I mean? Like he was trying to make a mockery of a superhero, and I thought, this is great. I'll put him with Stevie and the Meanie, and have another idiot in my collection.
Right.
And so Todd goes, when they first gave me the Meanie, they go, all right, well, listen, we'll try it once. If it works, it'll get over. And they're like, this will never get over. But of course, the Meanie got over like $1 million. So this one, they're like, oh, not another one. All right, well, we'll try it once. If it gets over, thinking it's not going to get over. But of course it did, because it's just ludicrous. Right. You need ludicrous with Raven, because it just makes him more evil, and it makes them more ludicrous.
Right.
And it also allowed me to do all my comedy stuff that I wanted to do that I couldn't do as Raven. Yeah, there's something about Devin, I think, that just kind of, he walked to his own beat, and it was kind of, I don't know, it just
Didn't click.
Yeah, it didn't click. I don't know why. It was like,
But you didn't have a problem with him personally.
I didn't have a problem with it personally. I mean, we never really got along, but we never really had any heat. I think we had some heat after a while. Or he had some heat with me. I'm sure I offended him at some point, but we've made up since then.
What are some things a wrestler...
Oh, and one of the things that he did was he used to shave in his abs, if I remember correctly. He was the first guy to do that, which is a smart idea, but it just rubs wrestlers the wrong way, even though wrestlers started doing it later. Like, he'd shave the body hair so it looked like a six-pack.
Okay.
And it's just, that... this may sound stupid, but he was very hippie. So, so that added so he's got big hips, but then he's got hair-drawn abs and...
Oh, hippie meaning his build. Yeah.
Yeah.
I meant like he was a hippie.
No. Well, which shouldn't mean anything to anybody, but I mean, but But it was like now he's a bigger guy doing the flying spots, but it looks a little more clumsy. You know, a guy with big hips, you know, and bigger, but it was, and his fluidity wasn't quite as much.
Okay.
So I think it just didn't click with the boys, you know.
Though it may not apply to him, what can one do to immediately get heat with an entire locker room upon coming into a company?
Not shake anybody's hand. Just walk in and just sit down, or walk in and say, "Hey, fuck off."
So one should walk in, introduce themselves to
Shake
everybody,
hands.
or
Yeah.
just the person they're working with?
Shake hands to everybody. Walk in, shake hands with everybody.
Okay.
You know, and if somebody, hey, here's one thing people don't realize: when you walk in and somebody's in a conversation, you should interrupt and say, "I just want to say hi," and stick your hand in, shake it, and then get the fuck out of there. Whereas most people would think, "Well, I don't want to interrupt them; they're in a conversation." Yeah. But then, chances are you're not going to have it. You know, they're going to be free at some other time. You're going to be busy. So now it's like you just totally disrespected them. So you're better off just going, "Hey, just want to say hi," and then and just and get
And then stay off to yourself? Don't interject yourself into conversation?
Well, if you're new to the locker room, I mean, you want to be friendly, but not too friendly. You want to be nice, not too nice.
Right.
You want to get along, but you don't want to be like the life of the party. It's high school. They refused to kiss. It was just horrible. They agreed to kiss at some point, I'm pretty sure, but then they refused to or whatever, which is just ridiculous. And so they put the big X on the screen, which, is about the best they could do, but...
Do you come up with this? You propose this then? This is Paulie.
Yeah.
Having fun.
No, he just thought, I think he was trying to think of a way out of the pregnancy angle.
Was he seasoned enough to be a champion, much less a two-time champion, but at this point, was he ready to hold the world championship? Or was it just a device that you're doing?
Well, was he seasoned enough? How many times Rick had won the belt at that time? Was that his 111th?
This was 112.
Yeah, okay. How many times did Sting won it? How many times did Luger win it? I mean, who was as much as I respected Iron as the TV champion, I don't think he was in a position to carry the world belt. Not that his talent wasn't, that he had been in the number 8 hole hitting for so long, you weren't going to put him in the, batting cleanup because the perception wasn't there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, could you have done it? Yeah, if you said, okay, we're not going to have Iron draw for a year, we're just going to keep the belt on him, and we're going to get Iron over, but everything else is going to draw. I think Iron would have made a great heavyweight champion, but if they had started off early and gave it to him, but now at this position, I think that's the only way you could have done it. Said, okay, we're going to have Flair and Hogan, we're going to have Sting and Macho, everything else, and then Iron's going to wrestle somebody, in the third match. The Giant, the thing was, I knew Hulk was coming back. He had complete creative control. He was coming back. He was going to be champion. You better get a heel ready, and you better get the biggest heel you can, and one that's in that comical mode, too, that fits his comfort zone.
And one whose choke slams have no effect on you.
Yeah.
This is the Invasion show where many credit him with having the initial NWO idea. You familiar with this?
Yeah.
55,000 fans drawn to the Tokyo Dome. It's the invasion of New Japan.
Right.
Does he come back with the idea right away? Does he get on the phone?
No, I'm sure that seed was in his head, but what happened was Kevin Nash called him after this show. and or he called Kevin and said to Kevin, "I'd like you to come." And Kevin said, "Only for Sting money," and Eric said, "Sure." And then Scott jumped on the bandwagon, and then the kid jumped on the bandwagon. So when they came, whether Eric had thought this thing out or not, he was definitely influenced by that show.
Right.
But I don't think he knew which way he was going to go. But these guys were a great help. And it kind of molded itself. You know, I said, when you push that uphill, it rolls down. It was rolling down pretty good, and those guys knew how to mold it pretty well.
Taz believed his own hype. Taz really was one of those guys. He it was like 911. He started to believe his own hype. You know, he always thought he was tough, and I'm not saying he isn't, but he also had a Napoleon complex. You know, I mean, when he got to New York, even though he was new there, and in his mind he's been in business 13 years or whatever, but he's never been anywhere full time. You know, he gets on guys all the time for saying, "Oh, you never paid your dues." Well, he never paid his dues. He never went to a territory, and he could have. I think he went to Smoky Mountain for one day and turned around and quit. So you got to remember. Now, I like Taz. I mean, so this is in the past. I mean, we get along great, but in the past, just calling a spade, he, would get on guys who are not paying their dues, which I think is because he knows he never paid his, and he really started to buy his own press clippings. And in New York. So here he comes in with orange and black. That's his colors. That's his colors. Hey, you can't wear my colors. Well, they're like, fuck you. We're in a #1 company. We've been here 15 years, 10 years, whatever. We'll wear whatever the fuck we want. Who the fuck are you?
Right.
You're an indie guy as far as they were concerned, which is why, like I said, ECW is still #3. You know what I mean?
Do you remember a young Gabe Sapolsky working behind the scenes? In the
Oh, yeah,
company
yeah.
this time?
Yeah.
Did you see anything special in him in a creative capacity?
No, I mean,
at
he
the time?
listened, I mean, he'll tell you a lot of what he learned, he'll tell you most of what he learned was from Paulie, and a lot of the supplemental was from me. But I never understood why he was considered such a great booker. I mean, because it's like, when we did the kayfabe booking thing, whatever, right? Did we do
Guest booker, yeah.
The guest booker, yeah. And I came in. Well, okay, let's not make it about me. But, okay, from what I understand, I didn't watch it, but from what I understand, he basically just put matches together. I think you told me that. He didn't put storylines and build storylines. He just put a lot of matches together.
In his guest booker?
Yeah.
No, I think he did a good job in his guest booker. He did have a lot of logic behind.
But I'm saying, but mostly it was matches, and I think that's a lot of what he did at Ring of Honor was mostly just matches. Like he put together matches fans wanted to see. Well, how's that a great booker? To me, a great booker is somebody who tells stories. You know what I mean? And so, I'm not saying he was a bad booker. I'm just saying I don't see where all the hype was, all the hoopla.
Okay.
But he's a good guy. He's a good kid. Although it all went to his head, like everybody else. Like a lot of, not everybody else, but like a lot of people, totally went to his head.
Do you watch his products at all, Dragon Gate or Evolve? No.
I stopped watching wrestling in 2000 because it got so bad.
Right.
And I've heard it's gotten really good again, but I just, I stepped off the horse and I have a hard time getting back on. Oh my God, he's so good. He's one of my all-time favorite people to work with. Him, like if I had to pick my favorite workers, it's always Dreamer and Sandman because the storyline that's just implied forever. I mean, I'm still turning on Dreamer, 20 years later. So we've been feuding for 20 years. Same with me and Sandman. But if I had to have a cold match, Mikey, Just Incredible. Or probably my two favorites. Shane Douglas is right up there, but Mikey's just great. He do anything. He can and he will do anything. He's light, so he's easy for me to move around. But if he was heavy, I wouldn't have to do any work either. It's like, I hate having to move guys. Like, it's a work. I mean, I shouldn't have to. If I pick you up, I shouldn't have to pull you up.
I should be getting up. Yeah.
You should make it look like I'm pulling you up, but I shouldn't have to. You know, that's the art form. Anybody can make it hard to do that. You know, anybody can throw a real punch. You know, if you want to work strong style, then join MMA. You know, this isn't the art form in this, because we do it every night, is to make it as light as possible. Because we do it every night. That's why they do that. That's why MMA only fights once every 3 months at the most, because it hurts.
Sure.
You know? I mean, it's just, you know, so Mikey, any guy that I can take and I can just guide around like, you know, with a feather, that's, I love working with guys like that.
Page is one of the hardest working people I've ever seen in my life. Kid didn't take no for an answer. I mean, he certainly had his distractors. A lot of people put up roadblocks, but he had a very influential friend. I'm not sure he would have gotten where he was if he didn't have the influential friend. He used it to his benefit. Just happened to click on Royal Let's Get Ready to Rumble the other day, and I didn't realize he was the star of the program. I had never watched it before, but
All right, you're the booker.
yeah.
How does Eric come to you? Like, what's the discussion? Let's say it's
There's
Eric.
no
Let's
discussion.
randomly say it's Eric.
There's no discussion. This is what you're going to do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's no discussion.
And you got to do it.
You're going to do it.
So you book it, and that's that.
That's it.
Okay. The Lord of the Ring itself, the ring, it was defended and changed hands a couple of times, but then it was just gone.
Right.
Because it was a bad idea, because you wanted to stay with real titles. What the hell was that?
It was somebody else's idea, and he got the ring, and we let him keep it. And he might have hawked it. I don't know.
I'll ask him.
I have mixed emotions about this, and some of it's personal, so I don't want to get into it. Hawk could still be drawing money. It isn't hard to do an interview when you say, tell them what to say, you know. Well, still runs goosebumps up my neck. The guy could work. He could talk. Sometimes evolution, it's hard for people to evolve. If someone could have gotten to Hawk and taken the spikes off and maybe changed the outfit a little for a period of time, he could have put those spikes back on like The Undertaker's going to draw 105,000 people with the same gimmick, right? But for a while he took it off and became the American Badass, right? So like I said before, we love to build them up and tear them down and then build them back up again. Hawk,
So Mike was trapped in the Road Warrior gimmick?
yeah, and
By Joe?
Well, as a team. Not by Joe personally, but as a team. I think sometimes, you know, they were the greatest team of all times. If not, they were one of the top three. They were one of the greatest top three wrestling teams of all time. So now their identity was two, right? It's like Abbott and Costello, Laurel and Hardy. I think at that period, if they both went on by themselves in different kind of gimmick or evolved, because now you got to realize, all of a sudden, it isn't like this transition is slow. We're driving 100 miles an hour, and we just hit a brick wall. We went from the Dungeon of Doom's bullshit into NWO to Brian Pillman and me not knowing if it's real or not. We're the guys with spikes who no-sell everything. What do they do?
Right.
How do they work with the NWO? How do I have them work with the NWO? They have never sold a thing in their life. Now I have my company built around really Hogan when he switched, but I mean it's Kevin, Scotty, and the Kid, and then Hogan, and then they killed that by adding so many people. But how do I take the Road Warriors and take this, all they are is much more polished Dungeon of Doom, right? And much over Dungeon of Doom. How do I take them and have them work with Kevin and Scotty when they know sell? Certainly that would be a stinkeroo. If I could have sent, and this is, maybe this is a look into the future, if I could have sent them someplace to, revamp their gimmick, if there was someplace else, if Japan was still healthy, if someone said to them, go away, let's get somebody to throw shit at you every day, you guys let's come up with something, whether it's they become, alkies on the street in Minnesota and, got to do the Rocky thing. I'm just talking off the top of my head. Something to bring them into the modern era. And then Hawk could have, at the end of his career, could have went back, put on the spikes, and could have had a run.
The direction that NWO would take the company is very much like something you would see in ECW, inspired by the kinds of characters you guys were.
Right.
Did you immediately identify that, oh, there they go?
Yeah,
That's us now.
Yeah, but that's okay though, because if they're doing well, that's good for everybody. Until they weren't doing well.
But was it a badge of honor that you are now kind of affecting the entire wrestling industry?
We were affecting it before that even. When they hired Benoit and Eddie Guerrero and all those guys away, when they started having more hardcore matches, when they started having more technical matches, when they started having longer matches, when they started, there was so many things we influenced. Yeah, but it wasn't like all of a sudden this is a game. This is going to affect us in some monster capacity. Okay. Other than people kept calling me and say, "Oh, yeah, but you're going to be the third member of the NWO." I'm like, "Yeah, right." I can see him now calling me and offering me $1 million to come in. It's any day now. I'll be hearing that call. I'm like, "Yeah, I don't think so."
Where does this land on the list of the most significant moves in the Monday Night Wars?
I personally thought it was a bad move. I thought we were going to be a lead-in for them because we were getting, at this time, the ratings were every 15 minutes, not like a minute there is now, as you know. So if you look at the rating wars, if you weren't on top of shit, they were flipping in between matches. So, and we were pretty close at this time. It wasn't like we had crushed them or they had crushed us. We were pretty close. So, how was I going to do? Was I going to ease off in the first show? Or if I front end load the front show, they're going to turn the second show. For them, it became a very complicated, and I used to say, don't wish for something that you want, you may get it. And it became very difficult. And if you look at it, if you ever look at the first hour Nitro, it's over before you sit down. It was like, whoa, what happened? It was what I'd said to you before. It's like, this was an illusion. You didn't get to see the tricks done. You didn't get, how did the guy saw the girl in half, the magician saw her in half? How did the rabbit pop out of the hat? You didn't get a chance to see it. When it went to 2, okay, you're starting to see the back of the box got a hole in it. When we went to 3, you might as well turn the box around, right?
Before we even get to that, talk about the negotiations to bring in Hall and Nash.
And
Is it just a phone call, or is there a long
No,
process?
this was just a phone call. This was Eric opening up the bank and them jumping to it. Yeah.
How much is laid out at this point for where it's going to go? When you know you got these guys to commit, do you already know where you're going to go long term with them, or are you still like playing around a little?
I absolutely knew where I wanted to go. I didn't know how I was going to get there. I mean, I've been accused of being a heel booker. Am I? Absolutely. So now I got 2 of Vince's biggest stars that he's made. So they're coming over to my show. I got 2 guys that are in really good shape. 2 guys that know how to draw money. Then I got the kid who can work. All I have to do is give them a seed of an idea. They're going to polish it up for me, and they're going to come back with it. And they're so intense, too, that now I got guys in the WCW thinking, this is a work, these guys are working for Vince. Not knowing I'm giving these finishes, you know what I'm saying? They knew I'm giving the finishes to go over, but they don't think, these guys were taking a little bit more maybe than they should have for baby faces.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning baby faces saying they're taking too much. Me, I personally loved it because I had them all, the baby faces saying, what's going on here? They're working for Vince, they're killing us, they're killing us. I said, oh boy, that's too bad. And I'm thinking, whoa, they're getting over. If the baby faces are complaining, they're getting over, you know what I mean? And then we did the thing that I laid out, and they did that. I couldn't have laid it out. It was probably the best thing I ever did in my life, but they followed that to a T. When we did the thing where we broke kayfabe, we were in outside in Disney, and the Horsemen against the Dungeon, and the NWO came back. Well, I had a script written. Those guys knew the script. But I knew it got over because Disney called and thought it was a shoot. They called the police department. But I knew it got over after that. Not only that, but every baby face was bitching. I didn't get to hit him once. I didn't get to drop kick him. Really? Oh, wow. I didn't know, I told them not to use the bats. I'm saying, do not use the bats. Do you understand what I'm saying? I do not want you to use the bats. Okay, we won't use the bats. They left everybody beat up in bats. So that kind of ties in the whole thing. These guys were new, refreshing, plus they were over. I didn't have to get them over. One was Intercontinental Champion, the other one was World Champion, the other one was the best worker they had up there. Plus, a lot of people did think they came from Vince's thing because we didn't use the name and got sued.
Divine Brown, for anyone who doesn't know, was a hooker that blew Hugh Grant, the big movie star, when Hugh Grant was the biggest movie star in the country, and he was picked up busted by a cop getting a blowjob from a black hooker on some seedy side road in L.A. And so this is fresh off. I mean, this is like just a month after it happened, so it's quite a coup. And so the angle we do is I'm like, Paulie. I mean, not Paulie, I'm like, sorry. I'm like, Stevie, I go, the women you were bringing me, they're just not sleazy enough. I need a really sleazy chick. I want the sleaziest you can find me. And so he comes out and he goes, how about Divine Brown, boss? I brought Divine Brown. And so it's got It's got topicality.
Absolutely.
It's got ridiculous.
How does it happen?
Paulie called. Paulie's got connections, and but the best part is, the very best part is, she has high heels. She steps in the ring and sinks, like 5-inch heels, and the heels, and she can't move. So Stevie has to pick her up and carry her to me.
What is she like backstage?
Honestly, I think she had an agent with her. Yeah. Hey, look, celebrity. I think she had an agent with her, and I think she was off to herself.
Right. She didn't make any extra money that night, I take it.
I don't think
if
so.
the agent was there.
Probably was better than that at that point. I grew out of it.
Right. That was her past. That was 5 months ago.
I also started to now look at this rather than, I look at, I told you the circus, but I'm a huge wrestling fan. And I started to look at what was happening in the business and I took this more as a sport. Why should the Rock and Roll go over just because we've been gone 3 years? They're against my bet, but that would be the thinking. But they're against my 2 top heels, right? And in all actuality, have their day in the sun come and gone? They're still in the 80s, right? With the I mean, I'm trying to subliminally send a message that, hey guys, times, like Bob Dylan says, times are changing. That was done in the 60s. So, I mean,
I've heard about them.
yeah, it was just.
So it was a statement.
It was a
is what
statement too.
We're
yeah.
going somewhere new.
Yeah.
Forget everything you knew.
And you can have a job here if you can work. That's for sure. And there will be a place for you, but I'm not going to put you over my heel. And the other thing was, I'm gathering heels that are going to be baby faces to wrestle the NWO. All these guys, Flair and Iron are going to be baby faces down the road.
Right.
So they'll be much stronger against the NWO.
He turns it down?
Yeah. That would have cemented the farm. To me, he's one of the top 5 workers I've ever seen.
Did Hall and Nash help in those negotiations at all?
I'm sure they did. I wasn't privy to a lot of it, but I was hoping we'd get Sean. I mean,
what would your plan have been? Would you just have put him right there with?
I would have
right
listened
away?
to what they wanted to do. I mean, they were.
Let them
when
drive the car.
They drew money. I mean, how are you going to ask Shawn Michaels? I mean, every WrestleMania, he had the best match, right? So I'm going to tell him how to work? I don't think so. Sometimes you can't let your ego default, just evolve to a point where it's sickening. I'd say, hey, this is what I like to do, but what do you want to do? Give them some kind of parameters to work in, and I'm sure they would have came up with something brilliant. I was in that lawsuit. I was heavily in that lawsuit. I was in depositions for 4 days. And what finally flipped them was, the thing about depositions, when they keep lasting, they ask you the same questions. I don't have to tell you, law and order, come on.
Right. It's very similar.
Yeah.
So they
would
asked you
ask
the same
me-
thing
yeah.
in an effort to get something that
Correct. So they said,
need.
so they said to me, where are your notes? I said, I don't take notes. They said, what do you mean you don't take notes? I said, I don't take notes. They said, how do you know what's going on? I said, it's in here. So they gave me a date, and I knew what segment it was, and they said, okay. So they said to me, why didn't you use Scott Hall's name as Razor Ramon? Because you portray him as that character. I said, no, I wasn't portraying him as that character. They said, you certainly were. I said, no, I wasn't. They said, well, why didn't you use him? I said, first of all, he's not Hispanic. And what was I going to use, a Hispanic drug dealer on Ted Turner's television? I don't think so. And they said, well, why didn't you use his name? I said, well, we did use his name. I call him Scott. He said, you never call him Scott. I said, yeah, every time I'd ask him to come over to my room, I'd say, Scott, can you come here for a minute? So they got into a thing, and then finally, McDivitt said something about 15 minutes later. He said, Scott Hall, blah, blah. And I said, see, you called him Scott. And he said, I didn't call him Scott. I said, could you read that back to
The stenographer.
I said, could you read it back? She read it back, and he said, Scott Hall. I said, let's take a break take a leak. I went and take a leak. He said, you can go now. I said, thanks. But they had to pay, but I don't think they had to pay much because, the thing they got us on was similar but different, right? The thing they got us on, we didn't use their names. We made it clear that they were WWE guys. And I mean, if they had to pay, I'm sure they made enough money that it didn't hurt them.
I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you for a favorite Dick Murdoch story.
Dickie Murdoch should have been the world heavyweight champion from that era, right? He fit in with the Terry Funk and stuff. But you didn't know what Dick Murdoch you were going to get. I mean, he was either serious as a heart attack. Now, they're all there. I went to St. Louis. I happened to be on the card. Now, all the promoters are there, and they're voting for the champion. And Dick knows this, and he's the Missouri State champion, which was the stepping stone to be world champion. Dickie goes out and works, and he takes a bump, and the next thing he's doing is the curly shuffle in the ring. I'm thinking, well, there goes his world championship, and he knew it too. Came back up and said, boy, I guess I really fucked up, huh? I said, yeah, I guess so. He said, well, I didn't want that belt anyway, so.
Talk about bringing him in for a match. What kind of discussion do you have to have with a professional athlete like this to get them, to take it seriously, especially the way the direction's going now? The Bob Uecker thing isn't going to work.
Well, the financial thing Eric did. When I talked to Kevin, he was all for it. Kevin was a wrestling fan. He wanted to portray it as real as he could because, he's a real deal. And it wasn't hard. And at this period, we were so hot. I mean, I said Mark McGuire rubbed his bat on Goldberg. I mean, everybody was coming to the matches. So it wasn't hard to keep. When you had Moses Malone too. I mean, Karl Malone.
Karl Malone, yeah.
I mean, we didn't have to ask hard to get this done. You know what I mean? And when guys saw other athletes on, they wanted to be the next guy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, what about Mongo coming on as part of the Horsemen? Good choice?
Here's the thing. A lot of people say, well, no. I happen to believe that Mongo's personality was so strong that it helped that. Was he a worker that could filled in there? No. Was he adequate enough worker to be hidden in a tag team? Yes. The recognition sometimes helps out. He didn't do anything to hurt wrestling. I think he had more pros than cons, and I think it was a good choice. I had great matches with Chris. It was easy to book with him. I mean, he was a great worker. We had done this one other time, and I think we were in Sacramento when we went out of the ring and did a lot of stuff. And this just took on a life of its own. I mean, he was one of the best performers I ever worked with. And that was the match of the year. So he was great. And
Was it professional the whole way through?
oh, absolutely, absolutely. I made it. I mean, I said it when we first started. Business is business, personal is personal. This was not had nothing, and he was business too.
It's rumored that he's promised Missy Hyatt.
I think Missy promised to blow him if he did it.
And then in the end told him he was a jabroni. She doesn't do that, whatever.
I thought she dated him. No?
I don't do, what'd she tell us when she
Well,
was...
one report
What?
said that they were living together at the time.
Not
Oh,
at the... No, they weren't living together at the time. Nobody knew
Staying
Varlands.
with her or something.
Nobody knew Varlands. I mean, he was so... But Paul Varlands, in case anybody doesn't know, was an MMA name at that point. Not a huge name, but a big name. Like he wasn't a Don Fry name.
Is this someone Taz would have stood a chance against in a shoot fight?
Probably not. You know, I mean, you can look at it this way. Look, anybody in the business is tough. I mean, wrestlers, we take such a beating every night that you have to put us down, any of us, the smallest, the weakest, the wimpiest, it's still going to, you're going to have to be pretty tough to knock us out. You know what I mean? To take us out. Now, even if we're a terrible fighter. And now if you have guys that can fight, then that's pretty badass. But and I'm not saying, look, I don't say I'm tough. I'm not the toughest guy in any street. I mean, I was relatively tough in my hometown, but once I got into business, I wasn't tough at all. I don't even claim that. So that being said, because I always want to clarify whenever I'm going to say something negative about somebody else that I'm not saying, I'm not
You're not
saying
giving yourself the rub.
Yeah, I'm not trying to, saying I would do it. But I remember one time Taz pissed RVD off so bad. Did he talk about this? And Taz, what did it go? He goes,
pick one. Right?
Did he slap him first?
No, he asked him to pick a hand. And
Oh, that's what I thought. Yeah, well, when you made this, I thought, I didn't think he slapped him first. He goes, pick a hand. He goes, what do you mean? He goes, pick a hand and I'm going to knock you out with one of them. And Taz wouldn't pick a hand. I would have had to pick a hand. Now, this is all I'm saying. I would have got my ass handed to me. RVD would have crushed me.
But to save face.
But I still would have picked a hand.
Right.
And I probably would have said, hey, listen, look, if you're pissed at me, sorry, whatever I did offended you. I'll pick a hand. Wish we could work this out, but if we can't.
Right.
I picked
or left.
No, give me the right. I'm taking it like a man. But wrestlers as a whole, like in normal people, are tough because we get bounced around nightly. You know what I mean? So people that think that like a Spike Dudley, isn't that tough? Spike's as tough as they get. It's like, Sabu is super inhuman. I mean, the guy rips his arm so you can see the bone. And he says, Fonzie, go get me some tape in the middle of a match, and tapes it up. I mean, I've seen him, Sabu just amazes me. I've seen him with a bent arm cast. So the cast goes this, it's a 90-degree angle, and still do the triple jump with a 90-degree cast. I mean, who does that? Oh, one of the best nights of my career. When Gordy had suffered brain damage from an overdose.
Yeah, a few years prior to that.
Was it that long?
93 was the overdose.
Oh, okay. So Gordy wasn't the same wrestler he'd been, and Gordy in his day was when he was 14, he was a better worker than most guys are at 30. He was unbelievable, just natural. I mean, incredibly brilliant worker. I never really met the guy when he was, lucid, but well, maybe once I did. I was on a tour of Japan with him, but I didn't hang out with him or anything. But
when you say not lucid, is he uncommunicative?
No, but he's just not very communicative. You know what I mean? He's not. His brain doesn't function like it used to.
Yeah.
But so I don't know if he was 100% just unbelievably natural or if he was incredibly clever too. He must have been, because he was such a great worker. I mean, and he was so over, and he was so, everything he did was so perfect. I mean, you can't find a better big guy to watch, you know? And, but he was not the same since then. And so, and when they said, I don't know if they, I think they didn't announce who my opponent was going to be that week. So, and then Kimona, oh yeah, so then while I'm sitting in the ring with Lori between my legs, Sandman's wife, the sound or the power or something goes on with the TV. So what would Raven, so they go, all right, we're not going to have the match for like 10 minutes. They send a ref out to tell me. So they go, you can come back to the locker room. Well, Raven wouldn't do that. Raven would just sit here like, you know, because he doesn't give a shit. Well, he didn't care. So I'm not going to get up. And Raven would never get up and be bothered by that. So I'm like, Raven's not getting up because you have to know your character. So I just sit there and Lori just sits there and we just sit there. And so then Paulie sends Kimona up to dance on the roof of ECW.
When the power goes out. Yeah.
And so she goes up and dances. And she's a stripper, but she won't strip, which is ridiculous. But that's beside the point. And so finally they get it fixed. So now the people have been built up. They know a title match is coming. They don't know who the opponent is. I'm pretty sure they don't know. I don't know who they're thinking it's going to be because they're not expecting Gordy. And then all of a sudden, the Freebirds music plays. And the way ECW is set up is here's the ring in the center, and then off in the corner is a locker room. So when the locker room door opens, only people that can see who it is are the people right there because the way it's set so far back. So they see Gordy, and he's got the and he always comes out with the ring jacket. But I think he had the hood over his head. Yeah. So he comes out, and the people stand up, and the next people, as they're recognized, they stand up, and they stand up, and they stand up. And now I got goosebumps because now I'm really excited because they're playing his music and they're not expecting him in a place. It's probably the loudest pop in ECW history other than when either Sandman returned or I returned, you know, after years. So boom, 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 they all start popping up. Bah, 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 bah. Place is going ape shit. And me and Stevie, I'd set up a match and I knew that he wasn't the same. So, but the way I set my matches up, I set them up so that stuff is very choreographed on stuff like this, but it's so organic looking, it doesn't look choreographed, is the difference. Like when people do choreographed matches and it looks like a bunch of choreographed spots, they don't put the breaks and the beats in to make it look like, oh, this is just happening because of that. You know, it's like, on a very simple level, if I slam you in the center and you know the next spot is getting shot off, well, instead of me having to pick you up, push you into the ropes and shoot you off, you crawl to the ropes and start to stand up, and by the time you're standing, I'm right there to shoot you off. And now it looks organic, but it's much more, but it also plays better. So you take out all the little odds and ends. It's like speech writing. You take out all the extraneous verbiage and you boil it down to its parts. So we put in a bunch of key stuff that was from the Gordy heyday, the Asiatic spike, and all kinds of stuff. You know, and him doing his his fire up thingy, and we set it up in such a way that each thing led to the next thing. So there was nothing but him to follow. You know what I mean? That there's no way he could get off the course, and so we just sent him around the course, and he just followed the course. And boom, and you know.
Were you calling it in the ring?
I'm sure I was reminding him, but I mean, I don't even think we needed to.
Okay.
You know, and but yeah, I always recall stuff as they go. But I mean, I couldn't have done this without Stevie either, though. Stevie was a monster help. I think I ended up with the barbed wire wrapped around my head because that's the night we get a Sandman's Kid, right?
Right.
Yeah. So I get the barbed wire wrapped around my head. So it's got all these elements to it, you know. It's got Gordy, you know, who you don't expect, and Gordy at his best, you know, or looking at his best, you know, or looking like the old Gordy. You got, you know, him fighting off me and Stevie. You got the Asiatic spike. You got me with barbed wire wrapped around my head, which doesn't happen, you know. So all these cool elements, and then I forget how the match ends, but from there, something happens, Sandman's there or something, and then now he's tracking me down, he's coming after me. So you forget about the pinfall. So we forget about Gordy's loss, because it's not, we get the win, but, we're moving forward. So, boom, now he's coming after me and stalking me with the kendo stick. And then, and I got Lori in front of me. I got barbed wire wrapped around my head. And out of the crowd runs Tyler, a 7-year-old kid, and he goes, puts his arms out. He goes, "Daddy, you're a drunk. I love Raven," or something to that
I
effect.
worship Raven.
I worship Raven.
Yeah.
The kid was brilliant.
Who comes up with the idea of having his family join the flock?
Probably Sandman. Paulie might have come up with Peaches, with having her do it, or maybe they talked about it. Maybe Paulie, maybe Hack wanted it. I think it was Paulie, but I can also see Hack trying to get her a payoff. Well, no, I mean, but to use her, you know what I mean. I'm sure she wanted to be on TV. I put her in the Kinder Horror outfit. That was my contribution to that. I think the kid was Sandman. Yeah, I think that was pretty much his idea.
You alluded to keeping him away from everybody.
Everybody.
So that he goes through with this. Was it that delicate with Hulk all the time? That
You know who's sleeping on my couch? Peter Young, his agent. That's how delicate it was. His agent was trying to talk him out of it. I had him sleeping on my couch. I wouldn't give him the extra bedroom. I want to make it as comfortable as I could for the prick. Right to the end, they were trying to talk him out of it. I'm in the limo with the agent. Says, "You sure you know what you're doing?" I said, "No, I don't have a fucking clue, but he's dying, and we got to stop the bleeding."
Wow.
Yeah. And there wasn't just Peter. There was other friends of his in the company.
Oh, I'm sure.
That were on the payroll, you know what I mean?
But this was always the choice. Hogan was always the choice to do this with. You were not going to have this huge revolution with NWO and not have Hulk be a part of it, right? Because he would have drowned. I mean, he would have been invisible.
Here's what people don't realize. They always talk about the NWO. Well, it was Kid, Razor, and Kevin. Where did they come from? The WWE. Who is the WWE at that time? Hulk. I just cemented that this was an actual invasion. Hulk Hogan had fucking planned this for months and months and months to come over and take over WCW. He was the only guy you could have done it with.
When you do this, is the immediate reaction, do you realize it's as big as it is?
I knew it when he walked down there. And Bobby Heenan obviously knew it because he announced it before it happened, you know. But, I mean, it was, you know, you used the term when you said, when a guy turns, it goes cold, and then the shit, you know, they stop booing. When Hulk did it, there was a period about, if you watch the tape, there's about a period of 15 seconds where it's like the Ruby assassination, you know? Yeah. He just shot Oswald. Yeah. What the fuck happened here? We're at a police station. He just shot Oswald. It was Hogan came down and he dropped the leg on the other guy. Wait a minute. He's with the NWO. Wait. And then the shit started to get slung. Right. And I also took it, if you look at where I booked it, it's at Daytona Beach. It's surrounded by bars. I mean, they weren't going to church before they came into the arena. And I knew they were going to be juiced up. And I knew, you know, we sold the most. And I had gone and looked at the records of concession stands in that Daytona in the Southeast was the strongest one we had. We were booked in the Southeast, so I took Daytona to do it.
Is this beneath him?
Absolutely, and I did it for a purpose.
Because it was Hogan's moment?
Absolutely.
To even things up a little?
Absolutely. I wanted to show that the pendulum would go with me both ways. Yeah? You know, now you did the jobs, and I asked you to do something. I offered you my own head up in the plate in the dungeon. We gave you everything. Now it's time for me to pay you back, and I'm going to pay you back. And this is how I'm going to pay you back. I'm going to get you guys as strong as I possibly can. And I'm also going to take a chance by weakening my own product. I'm making NWO, Superman, and War Green Arrow. We don't have no superpowers. We just got a couple of arrows to shoot. But we got to get our shit together pretty quick.
Good guy.
Yeah.
Good guy. Always he got along with everybody.
This seems silly to ask in an ECW locker room, but the problems that we've come to know that Louis had, were they evident at the time to anybody else, or were
Not to that extent, I don't think.
everybody was kind of dealing with something probably? In the
Well, no,
locker
but
room?
nobody thought they had problems with it at that time. You know,
Right.
I mean, you know, it's still the early stages of the severity of you know, nobody's you know, nobody thinks they're, you know, an alcoholic yet. Nobody thinks they're a drug addict, you know, or you know, nobody's problem has progressed to the point of you know, of damage to themselves, you know, or well, you know, beyond a certain, you know, real damage or to their career. Some of his stuff's really clever. I liked him as a manager. I liked him a lot as a manager. I don't like him as much as a ring announcer because I still think you need a real ring announcer. You know what I mean? I think when you have a ring announcer who's spewing limericks like that, I think it takes away from the credibility of the product. And at the end of the day, it's still pro wrestling. You know, it's still a contest. So I think that takes away from it. But as a manager, I thought he was great. I loved the fact that he was able to, when they'd go to grab his coat, somehow his shoulders were double jointed, and he was able to flop them back. So like mine don't move at all because they're so damaged. But he was able to pull them back like literally behind his back, and the jacket would come off, and somehow he would just run away forward, you know, and then he would cover his tits.
How does he transition from being a straight announcer to the heel announcer and then eventually to manager? Is it something he lobbies for?
Oh, is that how that went? Oh,
Yeah.
oh, so he wasn't yeah, because he wasn't that. No, as an announcer, as a regular announcer, he was good. No, I thought you were talking about when he was. You're right. He wouldn't.
No, the heel when he does the heel announcer thing, and then eventually the manager. But
Right.
how does that progression happen? Is this something he lobbies for, or does Paul see that in him? And
Paul sees it in him. Huh. And maybe there's always some lobbying. You know, me and the Pitbulls used to hang out all the time in Philly, and so his neck was bothering him all weekend. So we hung out all weekend, and his neck's killing him, man. I go, I'll take you to my chiropractor on Monday. So I take him to my chiropractor on Monday, and my chiropractor goes, you know, he goes, I never do this, but normally I would just adjust you, but I think you should get an x-ray. Thank God he said
Wow.
that. Yeah, because
Yeah.
he would have paralyzed him. And so Pitbull goes, man, this sucks. So we leave Jersey, go back to Philly, he goes to the hospital, you know, because he doesn't have insurance, typical thing in wrestling. Goes to the hospital where they have to take you, you know, so they have to get seen. And so they x-ray him, and they go, how'd you get in here? He goes, I walked. They go, don't move, don't move. It turned out he's broke it on both sides, and he was putting a halo. Oh. And when they put the halo on him, they wouldn't give him any pain meds, and they had to be fully conscious and cognizant, so they knew how tight they were screwing him in his head. Yeah, oh yeah, and then imagine trying to sleep with that thing for 6 months. It's horrifying. And they said the only reason that he isn't paralyzed is because his neck was so muscular.
Muscular that it
'Cause he
kept
walked
everything
around
in place.
Yeah, it held everything
Wow,
in place.
Jesus.
He walked around all weekend.
Francine turns heel in this match. what did you think of her as a heel pairing with Shane Douglas?
What did she turn heel from? I mean, who was she with? She was with nobody, right?
She was with the Pitbulls, right? And then she reveals a franchise thong at the end of the schmaz there, and
oh, that's right, because she was with the Pitbulls when Stevie super kicked her.
Right.
Because after she put fluff on his belly.
Right.
That's
she better as a heel, a little closer to her real personality, or
yeah. Much closer. Right on target.
You like her?
We had our day. We had our day. We get along when we were together, and then we wouldn't get along when we weren't. So.
Why?
I always thought she was duplicitous. I don't know. No, I mean, I guess I got along with her. I mean, you know, she's a cool chick. I mean, ultimately, she's a cool chick, but I just find her to be very duplicitous.
Did you ever make up?
What's that?
Did you ever make up? If you saw her today, you'd get a hug and a kiss? Or?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, but the last time I saw her, though, was she had that charity deal, and I really think that was, I think way too much of that went in her pocket, even though she claims it didn't. But, you know, when you do a charity event, you only have to give 10 or 15% to charity, you know, that's how it is. But, you know, she was claiming that tried to get everybody to work the show for free, and most guys did. You know, I didn't, because I'm like, you know, I'm not buying it, you know, because there's no way she's giving 100% to charity. You know, nobody gives 100% to charity. I mean, if she would have, that would have been great. But, you know, and Funk didn't either, I don't think. And everybody else worked for free. And so a lot of guys drove in. It cost a lot of guys money. And then I know there's no way that she didn't, not only did they make a huge profit because everybody's working for free, but there's no way they gave the whole thing to charity. And I called her out on it, you know.
What was the charity that she purported?
She didn't know, there wasn't, no charity would take it. So she had the money. So that
she had a charity event without a charity.
Yeah. And so she was going to have to give the charity money to somebody, you know. And then nobody ever saw her again. But, you know, I still think, you know, I'd imagine that if I saw her, you know, she would not, you know, time goes under the, you know, time's passed. You know, I wouldn't hold it against her anymore. You know, I was, you know, irate that night, you know, the more I figured it out. But whatever.
Okay, August at the...
She was good in bed.
Lulu... That's a good... at least that's something.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about some classic Kevin Sullivan booking here. In everyone else's, all the other wrestlers' impressions of you, they always say, it's not done yet, let it simmer, let it simmer. How long did you have to let NWO simmer? How long were you planned to let it simmer? How long was this monster run going to happen before they saw any real action? How do you know?
Well, they made an impression right away. And then I knew it was, anytime I pulled the trigger with these guys, I didn't have to wait at simmer. These guys, I mean, the storyline was once in a lifetime story. Vince is invading WCW. It's that simple. You don't have to wait. Pull the trigger whenever you wanted to. But I waited for this one because I wanted to do something. We broke kayfabe. It was the Horsemen, supposedly. And the Horsemen in the dungeon, as much as I've been berating the Dungeon and Horsemen had drawn 4 2s and 4 6s as the main event on Nitro. So I got to give the Horsemen a lot of credit because they pulled them up. The guys I had in the Dungeon were good workers, but they were in a characters in a cartoon form. So there had to be something also, and they kind of were anointed by Hogan, so there was like a off-branded rub by Hogan for the Dungeon, okay? And Benoit and I had that intense match. So now they're working in a match, and Jimmy Hart comes running down and breaks kayfabe. They're here, they're here, they're here. Everybody joins together like it's, you know, West Side Story, you know.
Sharks in the gym.
You got it. And they're coming down, and now Kevin takes Ray, like you said, a lawn dart. And originally, I wanted Kevin to, I shouldn't say this, but anyway, I originally wanted Kevin to throw him through the window. You know, not through it, but have him break the window. But we thought maybe that would be too much. It may cut his arm. And if you remember, what I thought was funny was sometimes things work out for the best, and the thing was just perfect, okay? Like I said, the Disney people called, they thought this was a shoot. But Randy was so intense to make a comeback, and he wasn't going to get a comeback, and if everybody runs, he didn't know what to do. And he ran and jumped on the limo. And the boys are having the window go back and forth, hit his fingers, and Randy's trying to climb in the window, and they go, It was so comical because it was such a typical babyface move. The babyface has to make a comeback. He can't lay dead. And I mean, this looked like the 7th Cavalry from Custer's Last Stand. Every babyface is down with arrows in them except Randy, and he's trying to get into the limo. Oh, it was too much.
How did he get to come in? Is this a connection Paulie had from WCW days?
I think he was not in Japan. And Paul, I mean, let's face it, it's not even in this business. It's a very small business. Everybody knows everybody, and even if you don't know somebody, you know them anyway because they're in the business. It's like if I were to go to a bar and there was, say, I don't know, Dolph Ziggler there, who I've never met, and I'd only recognize because because I don't watch wrestling anymore, but I've seen him. Like I've done personal appearances where I do at pay-per-view parties. So, and I've saw him on a couple of those that I had to do as a guest, and I thought he was very talented. So he stood out in my mind. But if I was in a bar and I saw him, I would assume he'd probably know who I am. I know who he is, and so I would either just go say hi to him or he'd say hi to me. But it would be like we know each other because even though we don't.
A brotherhood kind of thing.
What's that?
A brotherhood.
Yeah,
kind
exactly.
Of thing.
Yeah.
What's it like to work him?
Yeah, it's awesome because it's a great spot. So before the match, we're going over the match, and I said, hey, Doc, and I like to be the bleeding champion. Like, I always liked guys who got bloody. Like, I loved when Flair would always end up bloody. Like, I always thought there should be, certain guys should be a bleeder. There always has to be a bleeder in each, like, I remember in boxing at the time, or not, well, years earlier, but Vito Antuofermo was a bleeder in the middleweights when the middleweights were really hot with Marvin Hagler and Alan Minter, and Vito Antuofermo was always a bleeder. And so I just for an example, and so I like being a bleeder because I thought it was dramatic, and even though you can overdo blood, I still think that certain guys, and you can't have more than really one guy on the card doing it. But certain guy, because that's what happens to him. He ends up getting beat up and he ends up bleeding. And I like being that guy, but I didn't want to just bleed on Doc. That's disrespectful, you know what I mean? So I go, Doc, hey, do you mind if I get some color in the match? Because it's even if it wasn't that era where people are starting to worry about AIDS and stuff like that, or hepatitis, I guess, it really, wrestlers never really worried about that. But still, you don't just bleed on a name, a guy who's a much bigger name, and without asking, and you don't bleed on anybody without asking, you know what I mean? So I said, hey, listen, you mind if I get some color? And he goes, sure. He goes, hey, I might get some myself. I'm like, oh, great. So we're getting ready to put the match together, and he goes, I better test my blade. Sees a little blood. Oh, it's good. Shit, I can't get it to stop. So they play his music, and he can't get the blood to stop. So he gets it stopped just enough, and he goes, as soon as you get in the ring, hit me. He is a really good guy. Mustafa was talent. I always liked Mustafa. I knew him from Atlanta, and when I lived in Atlanta before that, and New Jack, I may not always saw eye to eye with him on a lot of stuff, in the personal world, but as a talent, it was awesome. He was just so charismatic, and he could talk.
Yeah. Could you work with him in the ring?
Yeah.
That was never the source of any discontent?
No, there wasn't. I think he respected me enough, that there was never going to be a problem, and I respected him enough, so it was cool.
Sometimes folks are critical.
In fact, one time, remember one time we had some words or something. I remember there was some animosity, and so we got, and this is before we had a match. We were having a match that night, and he didn't, he opened up like instead of him coming after me like he does when he's mad about something, which I was expecting, you know what I mean? I was expecting. Instead, he was completely open and basically said, you throw the first shot, you know what I mean? And I guess he was like, he was ready to work, put it that way, you know what I mean? That business, he respected me business-wise enough that it wasn't going to be any, that whatever he felt personally wasn't going to affect it, which sometimes he was known to allow it to affect,
The black and white, the cutty, this is all Eric? In the direction of the physical look of the promos.
If that's what we want to say. But if I believe,
I want the truth,
I
and
believe,
we can handle the truth.
I believe that it was Nash and Hall. They were very creative guys, and they, out of all the people, they saw this clearer than anybody. And you got to remember, they're getting a lot of shit from guys, not to their faces, but you get that shit from the back, and I mean, they're not well liked here. Like, we used to do the interviews, like I said before, at CNN Center, the Tower, rather, and I'd have every babyface come to me and say, "You sure you know what you're doing? I know they're working for Vince. In fact, I saw them talking on the phone the other night. I know they're talking to Vince. Well, how did he let them go? He wouldn't have let them go." And I'm saying, I've told Eric that. I think you may be right, I'm thinking, well, you're not going to like it tonight when I tell you, you're going to do the job. Then obviously I got to start thinking of something you're going to have to miss, But it became such an intense thing. It became, even though it was a work, it became real.
Did you worry about the style of promo that these guys were doing and were going to do? Because it's not going to be shooty and real and stuff. Now you're going to put Hogan with it.
Did I worry about that?
That thing can't work there. So did you talk about it with
No.
them?
Here's what. The only thing I said, because I didn't want to be two-faced during this thing with Hogan, I knew, as you said, this ain't gonna fly. They're too cool for school. He's still, and God bless him, he's still drawing money, but he's getting booed and booed. And I told you that one before in Chicago was so obvious that I had to turn him. Gene Okerlund said, "You can see the somber mood here. They're booing him out of the building, right?" I mean, and he has a crucifix on too, so I mean, they really must have been hot at him. So I said to Nash and Hall, I said, just take him by his hand, be kind to him, make him relax, and he's got to want to jump aboard. He's got to want to jump aboard. And they deferred to him like they were kids at first. When they were doing the promos, they deferred to him. And I would say the first hour and a half, those promos were cut on the floor. Mm. They warmed them up and warmed them up and warmed them up and deferred to him. And even the kid there was a little animosity there because he's a kid, he's Hulk Hogan, right? And they did a magnificent job and they made it work.
All right. Give me the concept of this, going to Sturgis for the rally to do pay-per-view.
Eric wanted to take his bike and go to Sturgis. He lives in Wyoming. Why not? He got his friends. They're all going to go up to Sturgis, and we're going to shit and piss in buckets. Oh, great. Wonderful. And I'll get to see Custer, Wyoming. I just want to always see that. It's like going to Paris, France.
Oh, my God. I mean, and here's access to rocks and dirt and
Mud.
the piss and buckets, which I didn't know about. At any point, is it considered a bad idea?
No, because we got to go to Sturgis, and we did it a couple of years in a row, right?
So not everybody's favorite stop on the tour,
No,
I guess. Yeah.
no. But at the time, you got to remember, 80% of the guys that are hip are driving Harleys, right?
Harlem Heat had a particularly interesting reaction from the folks, a heel reaction certainly from the folks at Sturgis. Do you remember?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Dangerous.
Well, let me say something. I wouldn't go to Nigeria, okay, and use a plantation owner's gimmick, you know?
Or Newark, where we are now.
What were they doing there? I mean, you know, sometimes people don't know history and don't know geography, and they mix both of them up.
Let's talk about him moving the title over to NWO now. The statement's been made. Have you almost created an unkillable giant now?
Yeah, and that's what I said. When I wanted to keep the four of them by themselves. The only one I actually wanted in there, if Sean came, I mean, I thought about that. If Sean had come, that would have been, you know, the pudding on the top of the cake. I mean, that would have made it really special. But once they started to bring the giant, and first of all, my belief was, what does the giant have to do with WWE? He had never been there. This was the WWE. The concept was subliminal. This was the WWE coming down, kicking WCW's asses. But eventually, you know, a Green Arrow would get a firebomb arrow and shoot them, okay? I just thought that was the wrong thing to do. But again, I didn't have control of that because it was his artistic control.
The most iconic thing from that night, for me, and probably for many fans, you want to take a guess?
Jay Leno?
No, the spray painting.
Oh, yeah.
Was that Hogan's ad lib, or was he told to go out and spray paint it? Do you remember?
He was told to go out and spray paint it, but it was National Hall. His idea.
Gotcha.
I mean, those ideas, there was a lot of great ideas that was in the NWO that I might have presented that I didn't know I was going to present them until 5 seconds before that. I had a very good pipeline of guys that knew their gimmick. I mean, I wasn't an NWO member. I was not an NWO mind. I knew what they wanted to do, the broad term, but they were the gimmick, and they held it. They would say, there was a, let's go back to those interviews real quick. Remember when Hogan kicked the globe?
No.
There was a spot where Hogan kicked the globe, a round globe.
Okay.
Okay, and that's what made him loosen up. Well, he was really, like you said, stoic when he was doing those, brother, till they took that globe off and started passing it around. Come on, Hulkster, kick it, kick it. They made shit work.
I loved working with him. He was clever. He was creative. One of my favorite things he did was he said he set up a double down with me and him, and his foot was hanging off the edge of the ring, and he had Beulah tape a frying pan to his foot. And so then he goes to kick me with the other foot. I catch it, and he enzuigiris me with the frying pan on his foot. I was like, that's great.
Japanese crowds.
How did they take to ECW?
Like an American crowd. I've always thought that was bullshit. You know, the Japanese crowd won't respond to American, you know, you got to work a different style. Bullshit. Psychology works anywhere.
Are they slower to get on the page with a match?
No. You know, it was always the thing that, you know, Japanese fans are quieter. They just clap like this. But I think that's just only because they were conditioned that way. I think when you give them something adrenalized, you know, I think that, you know, if you're telling a story that makes them emotionally invested, they're going to respond in an emotional way. It may be a little more subdued, but I think by then they knew what ECW was, so they didn't come to be subdued.
So they're responding to the style as opposed to just the fact that it was wrestling.
Well, they responded not to the style, but to the way they saw it, to the way they saw the responses, and on the TV, you know, on their videos.
Did you go to Ribera Steakhouse?
Yes.
How was it?
It was good. I've been there before, though.
Oh.
I've been to Japan like 6 times for 6 different companies. I can't ever keep a job.
The ECW Championship, is it a world title? Did you ever consider it to be a world title? And were you ever offended that the magazines never put it in the world title status?
I wasn't. And that goes back to what we were talking about earlier. I mean, it totally ties in. I think all the guys there considered it to be equal. I think all the guys looking back consider it to be equal. And, you know, I think that's for history to judge.
First of all, tell me the circumstances in Lanny even coming. Is this a Randy thing?
Yeah. It was a package deal. Eric paid Lanny not to work for 4 years, I believe. It was a good deal. He came one time with a guy to be in a tag team. They had a dark match. So he's probably the highest paid guy in the history of wrestling business.
When you break it down by moments in the ring to paycheck.
Yeah.
If it wasn't Poffo as Wildcat Willie,
No,
do
it
you remember
wasn't.
who it was?
Yeah, it was a local guy. He was a very nice guy. He was a local guy that had worked at TBS in a job, and he got a chair. He had been a cheerleader, and he worked on the crew at Center Stage, and he was doing flips one time, and someone said, "Hey, we'll make you the mascot."
They hated each other.
I was just going to ask you if there was legit heat.
Oh, legit heat. And it was awesome. It was so funny.
She's allegedly upset about Sandman's close on-screen working relationship with Missy, which, judging from what Sandman told us, there may have been some merit to.
Oh, yeah, it totally was.
But she's gone soon after this.
Well,
Missy,
you know,
is this
it's
a
funny.
precipitating factor in her being?
No, Missy was a pain in the ass, and it's a shame because she was actually quite talented. You know, at least she was for a long, long time. Me and her didn't get along at all at that point. I slept with her way, way, way back when.
Which territory? Let's do it that
What's
way.
that?
Which territory? Let's do it that way.
When I was Scotty Flamingo, I think, or maybe before that. I think that was then.
Did he make the dick contest when we had her on You Shoot? I don't remember either. We'll have to
But
check that.
no,
She ranked them by size. I don't remember if you were in the
who was the winner?
on the board. Who had the top? Oh, we had to get the black one out, right? Scorp, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
I don't remember where you ranked, but go ahead. You slept her way back.
And then for years there was always like an animosity. So she would always be kind of disrespectful to me, but not mean, like kind of meanish, but play it off. And I always wondered why that tension was there. And what it turned out was she actually had liked me. Like I thought she just would sleep with me. One of the boys. You know what I mean? And so, which I didn't know till years later, I was like, she goes, yeah, that's why I've always been such a bitch to you. I was like, that's why. So I couldn't wait for her to be gone because she was just annoying, and because she was, there was the tension and her, it's like, and she'd always be like, you came fast. I'm like, well, I, got myself finished, whatever. But that was basically her critique on me was, I had a big dick, but I came fast. I was like, I'll take it. I accept that.
There have been worse criticisms, probably to have.
Yeah. And then ironically, years later, because of the pill use, I ended up having like way too much stamina because, you couldn't come because you're in the pills. And you'd have to fake your orgasm sometimes just because you're so exhausted.
To be done.
Just fake it in a condom, because you're wearing a condom. You're like, here, let me throw that away with nothing in it. Just after 30 minutes, you're just like, man, I want to go to bed. I'm hungover.
So that's a side effect of the pills.
The pain pills make you make it harder to come, and then I guess some of the medications I was on. So it's just ironic that when I was younger I came too fast. Now when I got older it took forever. It's it could have worse problems.
Just the first and last chapter of your book.
Yeah.
Does an in-ring with Gene and can't speak English.
Yeah.
Did anyone check first to see if you could speak English?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And this is when sometimes quality control and ego gets out of the way. This was almost like a rib on Gene. I'm not going to say it was a complete rib because somebody thought he could speak some English, but it became a rib on Gene. It was a rib on us, that's for sure.
Hoovie's been known to be a bit of a handful anyway. Was any of this on display in WCW?
Oh, when he was naked one time walking in the lobby saying he was Jesus, I don't know, because he could be. I'm not sure. But he
wasn't part of an angle, was it?
No, it wasn't part of an angle, but he's had, I'm not one to throw fucking rocks at anybody, but, I've thought of a lot of people, but I'm not that one. But he was, as a talent, he was terrific, and he was very entertaining.
Listen, if I started talking about all the hotel plants that are missing across the United States, we'd have a little bit to talk about here, wouldn't we? Do you realize he's a special talent?
Yeah, I realized it when I met him years ago. I met him at Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Yeah.
Is he pushy in being vocal about his place in the company?
It was almost like the attitude at the time. He wasn't pushy, and if he did come up, he had a front story, a back story, and why he should be there, and they were probably, most of the time, he was right. I mean, he was a very talented young man. He was a very talented young man, and for the short time he was in the business, he had learned the business very, very well.
Did you have plans for Davey Boy?
Here's what started to happen. Eric now starts to see the NWO as his, and not that he's wrong, I mean, he's the boss, he starts to see that it's his, so he starts to think to bring Davey Boy in. My personal thing was, this is an exclusive club. Just don't put anybody into it. And wasn't against Davey Boy. If Davey had had a history with Kevin and Scott.
If it made sense.
If it made sense, let's sit and talk about it. But he was a baby face up there. They were heels. Just because he came from the WWF, he doesn't need to drop in. And turning the Giant, NWO. There was no reason to, in my estimation. He was, WCW born, and I wanted to stack the card, but I could have stacked the card with those 4 guys. I mean, I had Superman, I had Captain America, I had Captain Marvel, and I had the Thing. So I had enough monsters to hold down the fort. I didn't need anybody else.
Well, it would get even sillier later
Yeah,
on. But on this show, it's reported that the Horsemen were supposed to make a comeback and get some offense against the NWO, but Hogan nixed that and wanted them to lay out all 9 WCW wrestlers.
Right.
Consistent with your memories?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't. It was like, okay, I did this when I was with WCW. Now I have to do this when I'm in the NWO. I have to get over.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you've had 12 or 15 years, 20 years to get over. You got over. You don't have to suck the blood out of the company.
And the concept was so over, too, that you don't
Yeah.
even have to do much more.
Well,
than
I
you're
knew
doing.
it was over. In Toledo, we had a riot in the stands, and it was the people fighting one another. It was NWO fans against WCW fans. It was like, I went on and looked at it, and I said, my God, this is crazy,
It's got a Sullivan stamp on it, no?
No.
No.
No, absolutely
Yes,
not.
I'm wrong.
This guy was a very nice guy. Now I'm getting influences, Eric's friends.
DDP. That's what it was. DDP, right? The martial arts, the whole thing,
Yeah.
right?
I'm getting Eric's friends who have never created a toilet. Never mind the shit that went in it. Now starting to think, well, the fucking thing's drawing. Anybody can do it. Yeah. They started to voice their opinions, and I was even told, why don't you listen to the guys? We get good ideas. I said, I'll tell you why. I've never had a guy come up to me and say, I got a good idea for 5 other guys besides myself, not me. Or it's always for them, their talent. What don't fucking you get? Their talent. So it got to be a little frustrating at that period. I was against it.
Yeah.
I was really against it. Again, why muddle this thing up? Because I knew once this door was opened, it was going to be a floodgate. And I was right, because then we had the new Latino order. Oh, God, come on. And that was, what's Eric's partner's name? Wonder Years?
Oh, Hervey.
Yeah, that was his idea. So I had Jason, I had Paige, I had anybody, Sonny Ono. I had a lot of people.
He's phenomenal. He was a great little worker.
Of all the Dudleys, outside of, Devon and Bubba, he probably got over the most, would you say?
Oh, easily.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Because of that underdog thing? The size,
He was the right guy at the right time, got the right, the Dudleys were only over to an extent. They were never going to be a major thing, except it's because of Bubba. I mean, let's face it. Devon by himself, no offense, wouldn't have got there. No. Bubba's brilliant. Bubba is a smart guy, and he's a talented guy.
Is he a dick?
Yeah, but he owns it. He owns it. But he's very good at what he does. I mean, look at it. Look at the transformation he made. Like, who was it? Somebody sent me some pictures of him.
Oh yeah.
Amazing. So yeah, look. But Bubba was the driving force behind the team. You know, I think it started when he started doing the commentary where he would, my name is but not the commentary. Well, first it was promos, but then he would do the ring announcing, and he'd go, "My name is but," and he'd smack him in the head, and then he'd start juggling, and then he'd do the dance, and then he would, and he'd also introduce in Spanish, I think, one time.
By the end, we've had Shane Douglas and Francie come out to attack the Pitbulls.
The dog and pony show, I called it.
Absolutely correct. There are I think at one point there's 13 people involved.
Reasonable. But here's
This basically becomes a trademark of your.
Yeah, but here's the thing: if it's done correctly, there's nothing wrong with that. The problem is when guys don't set it up right, and it's an art form to set it up because you have to know how much, when, why, how. You know, there's so many. It's like a science experiment, and you have to juggle all the elements just right. To
And
get
who's doing that? Who's
Me.
the architect?
Me. I'm the architect.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm the architect of the Matrix.
Does Paulie say to you, Scotty, straighten that all out?
What he does? Okay, sometimes he's the architect in the sense that he says, I need this, and this to happen. And so when it's a giant schmoz, he gives me the pieces, and I generally put the parts together. You know, tell me who's in this and what happens.
Well, okay. Well, it's Shane and Francine. Sandman comes out with cane shots. That brings out Brian Lee to counter that. Now there's a gigantic 480-pound rookie named Kareem who arrives and maybe is never seen again. I was going to ask you who that was. You don't even remember, huh? Okay. I think he loses his balance off the top rope. He falls and breaks his leg.
Oh.
During the
Why
schmoz.
can't I remember that?
So anyway, that's.
Yeah, but you know, it's like, okay, the one I was talking before, the double dog collars. Let's see. Paulie goes, we need Fonzie getting choke slammed, and he probably set up the final thing, and then let me put the pieces together to build it. But I have to say this, you know, there's always everybody else in the thing has their own input, you know, but I always liked working with guys who would let me outvote them. You know, I'd go like, if this, you know, because like with guys that trusted me enough that I could say, listen, that's okay, but I really think we need to go this way with this, and this, you know, because I always believed that my psychology was stronger. And I could be completely out of my mind, you know what I mean? I think I proved my knowledge, but I'm not always right, and I've made mistakes before. Yeah, plenty of them. But but a lot of it was Paulie saying, so yeah, I don't want to take too much credit. I don't want to take credit where it's not due. Paulie he was like, okay, we need to get Fonzie choke slammed. How would that go? He would go, okay. Sometimes I guess, you know, I think the smaller dog and pony shows, like, okay, like when I'd have the Meanie come in, and then Nova, and then Stevie, and then Beulah, that's me, or me and my opponent. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? When it's juxtaposed with other people's stuff, that's probably usually Paulie, because only Paulie would know to put the other stuff.
Other angles, I mean, people involved in other angles who are going to meet there. Okay.
That would probably be all Paulie, or for the most part, Paulie.
Okay. But he was probably part of the plan originally. He just took him longer to get out.
The reason why there was a legal issue with him, he was originally going to be with Nash and Hall on the original move. Yeah.
So he comes in, you give him the name Six.
Yeah.
That's yours?
No, I think that was Eric's. That was 1, 2, 3 kid, 3, 2, 1 is equals 6.
Right.
Yeah.
And also the sixth member. But everyone was using their real names now.
Yeah.
He couldn't be Sean Waltman, I guess.
I don't know why, but Eric came up with 6, so. And you can remember 6-Pac? That was, yeah.
Six pack.
Yeah, they call him 6-Pac, 6-Pack, you know.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant.
Who directs this, comes up with it,
Paulie.
where's it shot? Give me everything.
I don't remember where it's shot. I'm sure that was a Paulie. You know, I mean, I may have had some input in it, you know, but I can't take credit for where I don't know. But it was Paulie's idea, obviously. I think.
You don't remember where it was taped?
No. It's I mean,
Was
here's
it
the
a
thing.
home or
Yeah, I'm sure it was
hotel
somebody's
room?
house, yeah. Or maybe it was a hotel room, I don't know. You know, here's the thing is, you know, I really don't know where, like, you know, Dreamer had ideas, you know, Sandman had ideas, everybody has ideas, you know. So I feel like sometimes I may take credit that I don't ever want to take credit that I don't deserve, you know what I mean? Because I take credit for enough shit, you know what I mean? So I would say that probably sounded like Paulie, you know, but something like, you know, sitting in front of the TV with test pattern sounds like something I would come up with. But
Right.
it may not be, you know, I don't know. Well,
But
we're
everybody
honest-
had a voice, is what you're saying, though.
Yeah.
So it could have been a stew that a
Yeah,
lot of people
yeah.
contributed to.
Yeah, it's always a stew. It's always a stew, you know, with Paulie, me, and whoever the other ingredients are. It's just who has the main, who throws the meat in. It is always is usually Paulie or me, but occasionally somebody else.
What was the House of Hardcore?
Taz and Saturn School.
Okay, what was it? Was it a school? Were they
Yeah, school,
learning?
school,
They
yeah.
were.
They went to wrestling school there. Yeah,
Okay.
Taz and Saturn had a wrestling school during the week to make extra money.
And they were qualified teachers?
Yeah, I mean, you know, look, I mean,
Well, we've got Larry Sharp, we've got Kowalski, now we've got
everybody's
Saturn and.
you know, I put it this way. There's Okay, depends what you're like for anybody can teach the opening stuff, you know, the bumps, whatever. It's the higher level stuff that requires a different teacher, but most places don't have that. You know, I mean, Taz and Saturn were talented. You know, they're both very talented. You know, so yeah, they were more than qualified to teach.
Okay.
You know, but my only problem with wrestling school teachers is when you get guys who were students of students of students who have never been anywhere and they're teaching people and they don't even know what they're doing, you know. But somebody who's been around the block, yeah, they have more than enough knowledge. You know, the only thing is some people don't know how to teach. You know, some people could be fantastic workers but can't teach, and some people could be crappy workers but great teachers. That's much more rare, though.
Okay.
But yeah, they were more than qualified.
Now, Chris Chetty being Taz's cousin, does that get him any heat?
Yeah.
In the locker
no,
room?
it gets him moved up right into the card. But no, because Chetty was such a cool kid. So yeah, he was just I don't think he had any heat. I thought we came out looking like jabronis. Taz got jobbed out to the commentator. He was supposed to be the toughest guy, and he got beat up by the commentator, by Lawler. I thought it was horrible for us.
Is Paul still kayfabing that, you know, that there's any working relationship between, you know,
I
Vince
would
and-
imagine he probably was, but I don't remember. But here's the other thing is that I don't know what he was thinking with that, because I guess he was thinking national exposure. But you know, when you take one of your top guys and who's already 5'7", and then you have him smaller than the commentator, you know, and getting beat up by the commentator, you know, who's not Jerry Lawler of Memphis. That'd be different if it was Jerry Lawler of Memphis. This is Jerry Lawler on national TV, which is a comedy character.
When you guys are when it's first proposed that you guys do the ringside thing, where I guess it's Sandman.
Those guys were
and
scared. Those guys were so scared it was going to turn into a shoot. I was like, nah, they're not going to fight. It's not going to turn into a shoot. They were like, but they were like all worried that it was going to, you know, they're like, all right, everybody tape up your fizz, blah, blah. I'm like, nothing's going to happen. Fucking marks.
Were you disappointed at all when you found out that Paul was working with Vince all along?
Not really. Why would I be?
No, just that you were duped. That Paulie couldn't even just say to you guys, listen, we're going to do a thing.
But why-
I talked to Vince and we're going to...
Why would he? I mean, he'd already been on their payroll for a long time. He's keeping the company afloat.
Do you know anything about the deal they had in hindsight? Like,
Yeah, I think he was getting paid X amount of dollars a week, you know.
to what?
To be like
To use ECW as a training ground? Or
feeder system, probably.
feeder system, right? At what point is it stepped on too much? Have they stepped on it already too much? Probably.
When they added one more, it was overdone. And then, like I said, the floodgates opened up, complete control. And what was remarkable to me is National Hall saw it, and they knew they were hopeless to stop it. So they kind of went with it. But, you know, I never understood how Hogan did not see this. I mean, he has always put himself here, right? Didn't like to share the spotlight. Yet he brought all these guys in and diluted it. And we've talked about this. He never liked to weaken himself. He certainly weakened himself with having Vincent, you know, and he worked, it was a hard-working guy for me, Vincent, so I can't knock him at all, but he didn't fit into that mode. And then when they brought Brett in, Brett didn't even put the T-shirt on, you know, if you remember that. There was a whole just, you know, they took a golden goose and cut its head off.
Yeah. The name Vincent, a shot at Connecticut. Were you there on location at,
No.
at the shoot? Okay.
No.
Is it a real party atmosphere? Was it a staged event? Like, what was the...
It started out to be a stage event and ended up being a party. Yeah.
As you might predict from the people
Yeah.
on hand.
Yeah.
Nick Hogan, right, as a young child makes an appearance. Nasty
Right.
Nick, I believe,
Right, yeah.
referred at age 6,
Yeah.
with all questionable influences around him.
Right.
This is just, again, what, to promote almost like a little bit of a Four Horsemen type rub, right? The whole party atmosphere, guys you want to be like.
Yeah. Yeah. And, you know, National Hall's theme was they believe people that drew money, people either want to be like them or afraid of them. So this was, and their personalities, when you saw them on TV, you either despised them or you wanted to hang out with them. They had a good gimmick going.
He's offered 3 years, $8.4 million. Elects not to come. Why?
I think, and I can't answer this, but I would think that he thought that he was going to be able to right the ship up in Connecticut, and Vince was going to give him carte blanche to do it. That's my theory.
It didn't have anything to do, perhaps, with the WCW scene now being muddied with too many marquee names, whereas he could kind of be a shining gem of the WWF.
I never thought of it that way. It might have been, but I actually think that goes hand in hand with that he's the guy that pulled them out.
The savior.
Yeah, the savior of WWE.
I was in rehab, right?
Right.
Right.
There were others. Well, he got on. He said personal problem. Is that what the personal problem was? You were in rehab. Mm-hmm. How long were you supposed to be away for?
Whatever it took, but it really only took a weekend. Basically, I basically had an emotional breakdown. I took all the structure out of my life because basically at that point I didn't need to work out anymore because of the size of the company. Other than wrestling, I didn't have anything to do. I had nothing to do, nowhere to be. And when you take all the structure out of your life, like human beings need structure. And when I took it all out, any responsibility, my whole bleh, and I just couldn't get out of bed. But after a couple days in rehab, I realized that, and then I was like, all right, let me out. And they go, well, if your insurance is going to pay for it, you got to stay longer. So I ended up having to stay like 10 days. But then I was fine.
Was there a chemical withdrawal process that you were going through?
No. I mean, I wasn't. My addiction wasn't that bad yet.
You checked yourself into rehab.
Yeah, I had Sandman drive me. Yeah, because I couldn't even get out of bed.
Were you attributing it to
I didn't know what it
drugs,
was. I didn't
or-
know. I'd never had depression, never had anything. So I didn't know what it was. I was just like, man, this is, I can't get out of bed. I just can't, emotionally get myself out of bed. It was weird.
Should Paulie have taken the title off you?
I don't know. I mean, I don't really.
What would you have done?
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to, I guess. Well, it all depends how long it was going to last. You know what I mean? Like, I also don't know where the storyline was, because for storyline purposes, it may have made sense. Maybe I was going to lose it anyway. Yeah, the best thing I heard though was Pitbull number 2 kept trying to go. The only reason Raven went to rehab was he didn't want to lose the belt.
Talk about the plans to split Nitro into the 2 separate hours.
Well,
Too much, right?
yeah.
Of a good thing.
Yeah, my belief was at this time now, Hogan and Eric, got creative control. And it never happened because, again, Nash and Hall and the kid saw the picture. Less is more. And where are they going to go? Who are they going to wrestle? So now they got to go over every match. They can't lose. They got to have a screw finish every match, right? The concept sounds good. It sounds good until you sit down and say, what do we really do? What do we accomplish? How can we make this thing work? So people, are you going to watch, as entertaining as it is, Kevin and Scott beat up 2 job boys every week? Or maybe do something where they fall over one another and the guy wins, or when they wrestled the 2 girls that time in Vegas, you know what I mean? How much of that can you take? And then if was that segment, if it was just Kevin and Scott, yeah, I could buy that because I'd be entertained. I knew that every week they put a lot into it. But you're going to do another hour of that? Where do you get that? Okay, and again, this is not a knock. Vince is a hard worker, but can he play that role in that segment? Can Brian Adams play that role in that segment? Whoever the host, the guys they had, Conan, where do we come out that people are not going to click that off?
So at this point in booking sessions and meetings and stuff, are you just kind of hands off and just listening to what they want to do, and that's okay? So that's what we're doing.
Well, I was listening to Eric, and I'm saying to myself, somebody's got to come to the realization that this isn't going to work. And obviously somebody did. I mean, because they never broke away. You know what I mean? So I think one of the things with Hall and Nash, where they're great businessmen, they actually might have bought the idea first till they sat down and started talking. Oh, we're just painting ourselves in a corner. Where are we going to do this? And if they had an influence to say, okay, if it was just you guys for a segment, that works. You going to trust these other guys to carry the load for you guys? Then you start to see it as clear as it is, you know. And then they had the kid to lean on. The kid, besides him being a great worker, and he was, you know, the guy that took the bumps and all, he had a great feel for the wrestling business. They'd ask him, what do you think? And he'd say, hey, you know, we didn't get here by doing this. Is this going to help us or hurt us? So, yeah, I think that they finally saw through it and knew it couldn't work.
WWF offered him $1 million fresh off of his Olympics, but Kurt didn't want to get into pro wrestling. He never watched it, thought it was ridiculous, and had no interest in it whatsoever. And then he was going to go into, you know, commentating on other sports or marketing, you know, like, you know, or be a personal speaker and blah blah blah, public speaking, and none of that worked out. So then he was feeling his options. He's like, So he thought about coming to ECW until he saw me crucify the Sandman, and then he's like, never mind. And then he went to WWE.
I'm going to get to that. So there was a plan for him to be around longer.
Well, there was the hope. It was the hope.
Yeah.
They were trying to sell him on being a part of the show.
They are polarizing figures. How did you do with
Not
them?
Candido.
Behind the
Candido
scenes?
got along with everybody.
Right, but they were a package deal.
Yeah, but everybody, the way I saw it, the way I thought it was that everybody separated the two. I've never seen anybody that had a bad word for Candido.
Right. Okay.
You know, no matter what they thought of Tammy.
Right. What'd you think of Tammy?
I think she was very. She had the. It's a sad story, you know. It's like she was the first chick to break out big in a long time. I mean, she broke out big, you know, and then it all went to her head, and then she crashed and burned hard, and you know, it's sad, you know.
At this time, though, '96, did you have problems with Tammy? It wasn't a sad story at this time.
I never had a problem with Tammy. Was she still in She was still in New York, wasn't she?
'96. Oh, they kept her. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's why she wasn't back.
Yeah, I think she flew me somewhere to meet her one time. When she was during this time frame.
Needed to talk.
Yeah.
Was that ever weird? I mean, everyone loved Chris. Chris was always around, and
You know
how
what?
did Chris not know? I asked her this on camera.
You know what? What you asked her that?
I said, how did Chris? Everyone knew how did Chris not know? She said, I never asked, so I don't know.
You know, all I can think is that he either didn't care or he got off on it. You know, the first time I was with her, she, or maybe I think it was the first time. It was exactly like somebody else had described it to me. I was, they brought me back to. We went to see the Kiss concert, and we got lost driving back somehow. Even though they'd been to the Nassau Coliseum 1,000,000 times, and then she's like, "Well, it's too late. You need to stay over." So she made me a room. I stay over. Chris goes to, let's see, how does it go?
So Chris is there.
Takes a shower. She comes out, blows me or whatever. Then she goes to bed, and they go to bed, and then she comes in the room later. But it was however it was exactly like somebody else had said that they went through the same thing. And
And at no point are you thinking,
Well, at
"Fucking
one
Chris
point
is-"
when she was in my room, I could have sworn I saw somebody out the window, and I'm like, if that was Chris, that would make sense. But
Okay.
I think it was just my imagination. But, you know, but I don't know. I mean, she slept with Hack Myers while Chris was passed out in the same bed.
Right.
You know, I mean.
Did you come too soon in
No.
that instant? No.
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 No, it was just it was an occasional problem. Probably maybe once every occasion. No.
Well, where did,
I don't know. I don't
where
remember.
did Tammy rank in those talents? I mean, you said Francine was very good.
Yeah, no. So, I mean, look, I mean, they all are because they're all good workers. You know, they know how to sell.
Best answer ever recorded.
Yeah, one time. Yeah, actually, never mind.
You can't do that. I'm not in your head. You can't. You
Yeah,
don't have to
no,
start it, but you can't stop it.
No, I know. That's why I didn't start it. No, it's just the. She was really hot. Like, you know, she was really hot at one point. I mean, she was stunning. You know, Missy was really hot. You know, I'd like to. I guess I'm just happy I was with them all when they were at their peaks.
In that era, yeah.
Yes, in their peaks.
It's all approved ahead of time, right? By everyone. All the participants are down with this.
Yeah,
Why does it strike such a chord?
it didn't. It didn't. This is the audience loved it. Here's the thing. It was the perfect reaction. It was the exact reaction I was looking for. Stunned shock, you know. But the reaction of Kurt Angle in the back was livid because he's a Christian. You know, what the fuck is this farce you're trying to draw me into? They crucify somebody? You know, to him it was just, wow. You know, and so Paulie has to play damage control, so he has to pretend like he's upset about it. Taz is furious about it, you know, because Taz jumped on the bandwagon, you know, because he wanted Kurt in, you know, so he could beat him, you know.
You go back out and you apologize.
Which is the stupidest thing ever, because if you're the Extreme promotion, you never apologize. It doesn't matter if you go over the line, you just know that you don't cross it again. But I didn't go over the line.
You're told to go back out by
Yeah,
Paulie,
I'm told.
obviously.
I fought that vigorously. But then I went out and made the most insincere, and they go, make it sincere. So I made it really insincerely sincere. But the thing is, you know, it had nothing to do with religion. I was just, look, Raven's character was always, he was crucified for society's sins. You know, he was a martyr for society's sins, you know. So, and he felt society's pain. So he wanted to make Sandman feel like the way he felt. That's all it was. It wasn't like when Madonna wears a cross and she shoves up her hoo-ha. You know, it's not about religion. You know, maybe it's slightly, but you know, but it's used. How many paintings and how much architecture and not architecture, but how many paintings and pieces of art use religious iconography as a symbolic point about something else? That's all I was doing.
Was it yours? Was it your idea?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I knew I needed to come back with an impact, you know, because I was gone for 3 weeks from the rehab thing. And I wanted to make an impact. So I said, yeah, let's string up the Sandman. Let's crucify him. So I made him build his own cross because I couldn't have built one.
Now, they're heavily cheered for this match. Is there a concern that not only have you played out the NWO, but is the WCW on the marquee no longer even relevant, that your draw is solely this faction, almost being dismissive of your core product?
Yeah, at the very beginning, when Hogan crossed over, that was my basic concern. And this is why I was so adamantly against adding other guys. Was, okay, you have a choice. You can have a strawberry sundae or you can have the hot fudge sundae. Well, everybody's choosing the hot fudge sundae because the strawberry sundae's out. The strawberries aren't any good anymore. Well, why are you choosing the hot fudge sundae? You had no relationship with chocolate before. You only lived in a farm and ate strawberries. Well, we don't want chocolate because the strawberries are passé. And that's where I saw it started to become, not only were they my top heels, they were my top baby faces. You know, and they were so cool. I mean, they were like, I once said to them, I wanted them to do an interview like Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra, and Sammy Davis. I mean, they were the Rat Pack. I mean, they should have had silk skin suits on, you know, smoking cigarettes and having cognac. How could you not like them? And that was apparent to me the day Hogan joined them. And that was my whole concern. And I think their concern was too, the more guys you add, the weaker you make WCW. They were the ones, they were not stupid guys. These guys really knew the business. And they told me too, what are we going to do to shore up WCW? I said, well, it doesn't look like we're going to do much because anytime a guy gets over, he goes with you guys. I think that Roddy made a deal to come in with Eric because Eric, at this time, really wanted to put Vince out of business. And he thought that getting every star that Vince ever had was going to put Vince out of business. And, you know, there was a thing with Roddy fit in with Hulk, you know, that correlation. So I think it was a good idea. I don't think they thought, I know they didn't think it out. The day they brought him in, it was a horrible thing. I had to save it at the end.
Right. Well, I was going to say, is he difficult to book for too?
No.
No.
I mean, he came to me and said, what do we do now? I said, it was a little too late, but we'll hire the Horsemen to get you out of this problem.
Talk about that, the genesis of that idea.
That's Scott Hall. Scott gave it to him. It's like I said, these guys were not just clever businessmen for themselves, they were clever businessmen for the business because they knew when the business was good, they were good. And Scott saw that Sting had played out the beach guy, and he came up with that. And it worked. It definitely
Did
worked.
something precipitate Sting staying off TV for a year before that, or was that part of this plan?
Nah, he was into acting at the time, and he was trying to get some acting gigs. Now, I don't know how influential that was to keep him off TV, but it obviously was because Eric said, well, he's not going to be booked for a while.
Is it safe to say that every top WWF guy was approached by WCW at that time?
I can't say for sure, but I would think they were, because Eric had it in his mind to drive Vince out of business, and he thought by driving Vince out of business was taking all the top guys. Now Vince, on the other hand, went with a new generation, remember? Mm-hmm. The Attitude. Mm-hmm. So he was trying to protect his own interests in saying, well, these guys didn't leave me, I left them, and I have a new Diet Pepsi out that's better than the old Diet Pepsi.
Let's pretend we're writing a spy TV show, and we're going to talk about some undercover tactics here. J.J. Dillon in WCW now, former WWF guy who handled all the contracts. Was he able to give any pertinent information?
Oh, sure.
Or
He told them what they made, I'm sure.
terms of the contracts, all that stuff?
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, JJ had a photographic memory. He remembered everything, so even if he didn't have the files, he knew pretty close to what dollar the guy was making in terms.
What kind of secret tactics would you have to employ to talk to somebody who's actively working on the road 6 days a week for WWE to get them in to talk to you, or is it done on the phone, or
You
you
have to-
meet them in the city that they're going to be in?
No, you can do it on the phone, and there's nothing legally that doesn't mean you can't talk to anybody. I used to think there was. Even if you're on a contract, you can talk to somebody if your contract is expiring in an X amount of period, whether it's 6 months or 8 months. You can talk to somebody, and I didn't know that until recently, not recently, before I left here, that guys were, when there was maybe it was 8 months, when 8-month period, you could pick up the phone and call the other office and say, my contract becomes available, I become a free agent on 8 months from today.
What's he like behind the scenes, Big Dick?
Quiet, very quiet.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I've had ever said more than hi, how are you to him. You know,
There's a history of his getting in trouble. Is he a badass?
from what I understand, he's a real badass. But I don't think he's like a mean bad. I never got the sense that he was a badass, you know, unless you stepped on him. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I never got the sense that he would just, you know, that he was, you know, gonna just pick on people or like that. I never got that sense. I mean, I don't know. Because I don't know him really at all.
Right.
But I never got the sense that he was the kind of guy that would pick on people.
He's not a troublemaker. He's just a tough guy, maybe.
Well, I'm not saying he wasn't like, I think, you know, he had a knack for trouble. But I'm saying, but there's a difference between somebody who picks on people and somebody who just gets in trouble. There's a big difference. I may not have liked it. I don't think it was my idea, and I don't think I liked it because I never liked the idea. This may have been.
Well, they're doing a series of parodies.
Well, yeah, the parodies were my idea.
This is
but
the
they
one
weren't
that
parodies.
sticks.
But they were homages. They were actually homages to tag teams I liked.
Right.
They weren't really parodies, but they were just funny.
Right.
But this, I think, okay. There's one of two thoughts. Either I liked it, or I didn't. But I'll tell you why I didn't, and that's because if Stevie was going to break out by copying another gimmick, you're only going to get so far. So I either was all for it or I was all against it. But I don't know which.
Of all the homages that they did, which was your favorite?
Oh, Baron von Stevie, Colonel Domini and Baron von Stevie. Because first of all, when that was at the Lulu Temple, and so Stevie, like, you know, I'm his boss, you know, and as a work and a shoot, you know what I mean? Like, you know, he's a young guy, you know, I've been around the business, you know, for whatever. And there's such a respect in the business. And when I told him what we're doing, he started to argue with me. And I told him, you never argue with me in public. If you have a problem, you pull me aside and I'll discuss anything with you in private, but you never argue with me in public. And he was arguing and it was getting heated. And I'm like, dude, you better back the fuck down. You're doing the fucking gimmick and shut the fuck up. He didn't want to wear the bald skin cap. Right? And the best part is it turned out to be the best one we ever did by a long margin if you ask anybody who was there that night. And so finally I convinced him to do it, and it was very heated. And so me and Brian Lee was with us. We're down at ringside, and at the Lulu Temple, the boys there's a curtain on the stage. And the boys are looking under the curtain to watch the matches because they're like right at eye height for the ring.
Right.
And so basically they're looking, like if you're looking, I'm basically facing the ring, you know, leaning on the apron, and my eyesight is like basically their eyesight, so they can see me. Or no, when I'm sitting in the corner, I'm sorry, when I'm sitting in the corner, their like eyesight is where my eyes are. Mm-hmm. And so Stevie was watching around like Baron von Raschke, and he's going, and those bald skin caps coming off, and he's going, I will not hurt you, meanie. And I forget what else he was saying. And I'm trying so hard not to laugh. It was the only time I broke character. And Brian Lee's in the corner going, and that's where Brian Lee was leaning on the apron going, that's a funny shit. Why aren't you laughing? That's a funny shit. And I'm going, and so so I bend my head down to hide my face, and my shoulders start dry heaving. That's where that came from. And my shoulders are on, then I'd look up. and it was like the only night I broke character. It was so fucking funny. And it was the best though was because I love when somebody just says it'll never work and it gets over like, you know, even better. And so I love, then you had to make them eat crow. It's so good. It's funny, like, the one thing people said about my work was whenever I wrestle funk, like, everything was way too light, you know? And I'm like, not that I would ever hurt him, and like, you couldn't hurt him, he was so tough, but out of respect, like, my chair shots were lighter, everything, they're like, you got to hit him harder, you know?
What was it about ECW that kept him coming back, do you think? It's Terry Funk.
It was because it was so well done. Just so well done.
What did you think of him performing moonsaults at his age? Did anyone ever question his sanity?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
What an amazing guy.
Talk about Eric becoming part of the gimmick now. Do you think he had it in him?
I thought he did a great job, but Scott and Kevin obviously thought he did a better job because it was Kevin and Scott's idea to take the boss and make him part of the gimmick. You got the boss being the boss, Okay, yeah. I don't think you can lose that way, but go ahead.
Take me through the timeline here in where people have used the phrase booking your own divorce when they talk about the Nancy thing.
No, we were, before Chris, we had our problems. We weren't getting along at that time. I was spending a lot of time away from the house, and this was going to happen whether he came along or not. It was one of those things, the timing of people, if you don't know the inner workings of somebody, you just assume. We had our problems probably 2 years prior to this.
The epilogue of this story is, of course, a horrible and tragic one, which we talked about on camera for something else. A few years have gone by. Have you looked back at this with any sense of, if I only could have seen something, had I only known, had anybody known, did anybody know? Has time changed your perspective on this?
How could I have known, and how could she have known?
Is it as big a deal as it would become?
I honestly, I just paid no attention. I had no idea, it's like, I think at that locker room, you can't see the stage very well, or you can't see it at all, or so you're kind of, not really aware of what's going on. So I think it was compartmentalized.
New Jack comes back screaming, I hope he does fucking die. That's according to RVD. So is he making a big commotion?
I don't remember. I was probably whatever. Who gives a shit?
So that night there was no impact on you.
Not on me. Because I was like whatever.
Subsequently, when you see it, what's your reaction?
Yeah, I've bled that much before, so whatever. I mean, I can get what a kid was scared. You know what I mean? And I think the whole thing was absurdly done, you know, and I think, you know, why it was done is even more absurd. But, you know, what are you going to, yeah, I mean, I try to stay out of New Jack stuff, you know what I mean?
Less than the Giants win. How do you book something like this? You just give people the order that they're going out?
Yeah, it got to be, until you got to about the last 10 guys, it got to be you just, you know, you're in line and you pull a tab. That's what it got to be. It was not the neatest thing, for sure, but we were going for this grand, Eric was starting to think, and a lot of us were, that bigger is better. If we're perceived to be bigger than, better than them, and more grandiose things, we're going to topple them quicker. Well, it didn't work, and it left big, huge holes in our armament.
What's the key to working barbed wire safely?
There isn't. I mean, just don't get it in your eyes. Don't get hit in the eyes. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, barbed wire is barbed wire, you know. I mean, it's got little sticky things, little pricky things in the end that are going to stab you. You know, I told Sandman, I go, listen, I go, I want you to whip me when you break it apart, the ring, and you get a nice long piece, I want you to whip me across the back with it. If I start to move away from you and selling it, then don't hit me again. But if I stay there, hit me a couple more times. So he whips me with it once, looks down, yeah, he's not moving. Oh, I guess it doesn't bother him. Whoop, whoop. And he gave me a bunch of shots. I was really dreading that match, but I knew it was important for me to, you know, to do, for my own sense of accomplishment and for my own sense of overcoming that fear. But I enjoyed it. I really did. I wish I would have done another one.
You sometimes hear Sandman called irresponsible, coming to the ring in conditions where he shouldn't be. Did you experience any of that in your time feuding with him?
Oh my God, Sandman was always a menace to society, but he was always functional. You know, I mean. And I think it also depended who he worked with, you know, and what he was doing. I mean, the stuff we did was, you know, was I'd say important to the show, you know. So he was always, you know, functional. He's a bright guy, you know.
You were never hurt?
No,
Okay.
he never hurt me. But then again, he always. But that's one thing is he preferred. I preferred to beat him up, and he preferred to let me. So, you know, it worked out well. Although one time, this is one of my favorite stories, is earlier in a house show, somebody had given somebody a watermelon, and broke it over somebody's head or something. And there's watermelon juice all over the ring. So I'm in the ring, and Sandman comes running out to attack me, and hits the watermelon juice, goes sliding, does like a half split, you know, where your one leg's back, one leg's forward. Does a half split and slides right into the ring post and knocks himself out cold. So I had to go out to the floor, pick him up, roll him into the ring. Then I grabbed his wrist, punched myself in the face, hooked myself, and DDT'd myself, and so he could leave me laying.
Looking back at this year, how would you describe? It's a 7-year history. So where do you place '96 in the lineage?
One of the best years ever.
Yeah.
I would put it at the top of my career. One of my best years, one of my favorite years. One of my saddest years because of my problems with booze and drugs got worse. That's when I truly became an alcoholic and a drug addict. But yeah, I always say my best years in wrestling were the 2 in Portland, the 2 in ECW, and the first one in WCW. Those are my best years.
What's a final word on Paul Heyman?
Genius, just brilliant, mad scientist. Mad scientist. If you give him all the concoctions to work with, he will build you the most impressive array of mad scientist memorabilia you'll ever have.
This was Hogan capitulating to Roddy. This was, I never did anything for you in WWF. I'm going to do it for you here. I don't want to hear you bitching that I never did anything for you. I'm going to do it. Not only going to do it, I'm going to tap out for you. That's the only thing I could ever figure out on that one. And because they did have a strained relationship, and if you look back, he really never did anything for Roddy at the WWE. You know what I mean? They never had a real long run that I can remember.
They never had a match where there was a definitive winner ever, because Piper would never acquiesce to that.
Right. So I don't understand. The only thing I could understand was he was confident in himself, Hogan, at this period. And people had said to him, well, go ahead and make Roddy, because we can get something out of Roddy down the line as a babyface.
I want to close on, we talked a lot about Hogan and we talked about control. The dangers of a talent ever being given creative control
For themselves?
for themselves.
Well,
Because they're always going to be, you said there's always that first person thing. Whenever someone came to you, they said, I.
the only exception that I can think of would be Triple H. I could tell that after last year's WrestleMania, he booked that first Raw. If you remember the first Raw, there was 3 tap-outs. Kane tapped out to Daniels. He tapped out to Triple H tapped out to Brock, and somebody else tapped out. I think someone tapped out for Cena. But I saw Triple H tap out. I saw Triple H get his arm broken, leading up to what we're going to see Sunday. Now, I would assume he's going over. I mean, this is the classic. The babyface gets, he has to climb the mountain now. The mountain is here, and Sundays are going to be the biggest mountain of all times. He's been the only one that I've seen that can escape it, because he sees a much bigger picture. That's going to be that's part of his company, that's part of his legacy. It makes a lot of sense for him to do this.
But he's thinking in terms of the company.
Right, yeah.
How many guys are going to do that?
But it takes where I'm going with this, it takes a real guy. He has, ties to that company, we know that. But let's go back. Who had more ties, even than Triple H, at the time, than Hogan? Vince owned WWE or WWF at the time, but who really owned it? Hogan. Hogan owned him. Hogan, it was Hogan that took it from a backwater sport, really, to national sport. People sometimes forget history, and I keep on saying this because I'm a history buff. Do you realize it replaced Saturday Night Live once a month?
Yeah.
Think about that. Replace Saturday Night Live once a month. I mean, this guy had 122 items out at one time. Hogan. He had the most merchandise ever in the history. More than Michael Jordan, the Pope, for Christ's sakes. I mean, he had lollipops, candy bars, So who was in charge then? Was Vince really in charge, or was Hogan? If Hogan had the foresight and wherewithal of Triple H, he would have went to Vince and said, okay, we need to make 8 other guys immediately so we can be running, instead of 3 towns, we can be running 6 towns and looking to take our shit overseas for the first time. And we'll be stacking them in on top of one another. But I got to get some guys over. How's the way we're going to get them over? Well, I don't think he would have said, I'm going to tap out and get my arm broken. No. But if they had done that back then, their success now, we wouldn't be talking about them drawing 105,000. We'd be saying, oh, is that all they drew? Right. So.
Well, I thank you for your trip down memory lane and for being the first talent ever on air to reference Moses Malone. Well, I always look for a good sports reference. And thank you for watching.